Ahmad. أحييكم تحية الإسلامية تحية المباركة تحية السلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله الذي أكمل علينا دينه وأتم علينا نعمه وجعلنا بفضله وإحسانه خير أمة، وبعث فينا رسوله يتلو علينا آياته ويزكينا ويعلمنا الكتاب والحكمة. نحمده سبحانه وتعالى حمدا كثيرا، جلاء نعمه لا تعد وما لجميع عطائه حد. ثم الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله خير البرية أفضل المخلوقات المعلم الأول سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد بن عبد الله المصطفى الذي علمنا دين الرحمة والسمحة والصراط المستقيم لسعادة الدارين، وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع الهدى إلى يوم الدين.
Honorable Chairwoman of the Board of Trustees of Raden Rahmat Islamic College Foundation, Haji Khalida Masrura SP. Honorable Chairman of Raden Rahmat Islamic College Foundation, Dr. K. Haji Muhammad Hanif MPD and all staff. His Excellency Rector of Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang, Mr. Haji Imran Rosyadi Hamid, SA MSI. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Islamic Studies Unira Malang, Dr. Haji Salim SAG MPDI. The distinguished keynote and invited speakers, Professor Frans Witsen from University of Radboud, Netherlands, Professor Dr. Daud Al-Hidabi from IAUM Malaysia, Professor Maki Iwasaki from Matsuyama University, Japan. Professor Dr. Martha Beck from Lyon College, the USA. Professor Dr. Lucinda Moser from Hartford International University, the USA. Professor Madia Husser from UTM Malaysia. Professor Abdullah Tong, PhD, from Mindanao State University, Philippines. And all the presenter and participants of International Seminar on Education and Peace 2024.
هيا بنا نشكر الله عز وجل الذي قد أعطانا نعما كثيرة حتى نستطيع أن نجتمع في هذا الوقت السعيد في حال الصحة والعافية. نصلي ونسلم على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم على آله وصحبه ومن تبعه إلى يوم القيامة.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace
2024.
With theme Local Wisdom based on Sustainable Development, a foundation for religious moderation in global peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the seminar, let me inform the agenda in this opening. First in the opening, second in the singing Indonesia National Anthem, third Al-Quran recitation, fourth opening remarks, and fifth signing procession MOU between UNIRA and Mindanao State University, Philippines.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, di sini kami selaku Master of Ceremony akan membacakan susunan acara pada pagi hari ini. Acara yang pertama, pembukaan yang sedang berlangsung. Dilanjutkan dengan acara yang kedua, menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Acara yang ketiga, pembacaan ayat-ayat suci Al-Quran. Acara yang keempat, sambutan-sambutan. Dan acara yang kelima, prosesi penandatanganan MOU antara Unira Malang dengan Mindanao State University, Philippines. Qabla kulli syai' hayya nabda'u hadhihi an-nadwah ad-dawliyah biqira'ati suratil Fatihah ala hadhihi niyyah wa ala kulli niyatin salihah. Al-Fatihah. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin.
Now let's start by singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Memasuki acara yang kedua, menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Kepada yang bertugas kami persilahkan, hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk kembali. والبرنامج التالي هو تلاوة مباركة من القرآن الكريم آية بينات من الذكر الحكيم تتلوها علينا القارئة الكريمة دكتورة سيتي معاونة الحسنة وعليها فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Agenda selanjutnya yakni pembacaan ayat suci Al-Quran oleh Ibu Dr. Siti Muawanatul Hasanah MPD. Kepadanya dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kuntum khaira ummatin ukhrijat lin-nasi ta'muruna bil ma'ruf تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإن تأذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن Sadaqallahul azim.
Kita lanjutkan sholat busro seperti biasa. Monggo untuk keberkahan di ruangan ini.
Allahumma salli salatan tubashiruna biha wa ahlana wa awladana wa jami'a masyayikhina wa muallimina wa talabatana wa talibatina min yaumina hadha ila yaumil akhirah.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next agenda. That is the opening remarks. The first opening remarks will be delivered by Chief Executive Mr. Muhammad Khoridatul Huda, SPD, MSI, PhD. Time is yours.
Memasuki acara yang ketiga, sambutan yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Pelaksana International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace kepada yang terhormat Bapak Muhammad Khoridatul Huda, SPD, MSI, PhD. Kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. Dear trustees of the foundation, chairman of the foundation, rectors and vice rectors of Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang, all the keynote and invited speakers, all participants that come in this international seminar today. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you to this esteemed international seminar at Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang. This gathering symbolizes our collective commitment to advancing local wisdom on sustainable development related to religious moderation and peace and security, which is pivotal in shaping a sustainable and prosperous future. I would like to extend my grateful gratitude to the organizing committee for their efforts in organizing this seminar with more than almost a year of preparations. I also acknowledge the invaluable contribution to our esteemed co-host, University Technology Malaysia UTM and Mindanao State University Philippines. Also, we are gratitude to have our supporting partner for Ikatan Cendekia Muslim Indonesia ICMI in Japan, STIT Ibnu Sina Malang, Stainu Malang, STAI Ma'had Ali, and Institute Ahmad Dahlan Probolinggo to always support our event. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote and invited speakers whose expertise definitely significantly enriches this international seminar. We are honored to have with us today Professor Abdul Lontong from Mindanao State University, Philippines. Welcome to Unira Malang. Also, Professor Madya Dr. Fauzi Hussein from UTM Malaysia, as well as our distinguished moderator, Dr. Diayauddin Diab Mahmud Al-Zitawi. Furthermore, we also welcome our standing speakers representing the USA Egypt, Malaysia, Japan, and Philippines. We believe that your virtual presence and contribution greatly enhance the success of this event, and we are deeply thankful for your participation. On behalf of organizing committee, we are delighted to announce that this year's ISIP conference has successfully attracted more than 170 offline participants and more than 200 online participants coming from different institutions such as University Malaysia Pahang Al Sultan Abdullah, the University of Manchester, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, Mindanao State University Philippines, STAI Nahdlatul Ulama Malang, Institut Ahmad Dahlan Probolinggo, STAI Ma'had Ali Al-Hikam Malang, dan Amanatul Ummah Pacet Mojokerto. We thank you for your coming and joining our international seminar this year, and welcome to Unira Malang. The theme of today's international seminar, Local Wisdom Based on Sustainable Development, a Foundation for Religious Modern in Global Peace and Security, is definitely timely and relevant in addressing the challenge and opportunities of worldwide peace and security matters that are currently happening. As leaders, researchers, and learners, we share the responsibility to develop innovative solutions that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. In today's interconnected world, universities are no longer the center of learning, but also the catalyst for challenge. Collaborative initiatives such as this seminar are vital in fostering dialogue, sharing knowledge, and empowering individuals to tackle global challenge. Let this seminar inspire us to embrace new perspective, challenge, and existing paradigm, and collaborate for a shared vision. Together, we can drive impactful change in Islamic studies, peace education, and security. Thank you for your dedication and enthusiasm. I wish you all a productive and insightful seminar. Let us continue to work together to push the boundaries of knowledge and innovation. That's all for me today. Thank you very much for your coming. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. On a very warm welcome.
والكلمة الثانية سيلقيها عميد كلية العلوم الإسلامية بجامعة رادن رحمت الإسلامية مالang على سماحة دكتور سالم الماجستير فليتفضل مشكورا.
Sambutan yang kedua akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Dr. Haji Salim SAG MPDI selaku Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Keislaman. Kepadanya dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. As-sayyidah al-fadilah munsyiatu muassasati Raden Rahmat al-Islamiyah di Ta'limil Ali Al-Hajjah Khalidah Masrurah, As-Sayyid Al-Afadil Ra'isu Muassasi Raden Rahmat Al-Islamiyah Ta'limil Ali Ad-Doktor Muhammad Hanif Al-Hajj, Ashab Al-Fadail Al-Muhaddisun Al-Kiram, Profesor Fran Wijnands University of Redbourn, Netherlands, Profesor Dr. Daud Al-Hibadi min IAUM Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Maki Iwasaki min Matsuyama University, Jepang, Profesor Dr. Lukinda Mansur min Madya Fauzi Hussein, Profesor Dr. Abdul Lantong min Mindanao State University. Ayyuhal muqaddimun wal musyarikun fi hadhihi nadwah al-kurama, jami'il muhadirin wa thalaba as-sa'adah. Awalan hayya bina nashkurullah ta'ala azza wa jal alladhi qad a'tana ni'aman katsira hatta nastati an najtami' fi hadzal waqti as-sa'id fi hal as-sihhah wal afiyah fi hadhihi an-nadhah ad-dawliyah tarbiyati Islam wassalam al-an. Nusalli wa sallimu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa qurrati ayunina wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Bismin namid Kulliyatil Ulum Al-Islamiyah Jami'ah Raden Rahmat Islam Malang, Indonesia. As'aru bil fahdi at-tarhib bikum jami'an fi hadhihi an-nadwah ad-dawliyah. Al-mawdu' alladhi uthiru fi hadhihi an-nadwah huwa al-hikmah al-mahalliyah al-qa'imah ala tadbiyati al-mustadamah asatu lil-i'tidal ad-dini fi salam wal aman al-alamin. Wa taqadda'an hadzal mawdu' wathikus silah bitatawuril ulum wat teknologiya wal fadaya al alamiyah allati nuwajjihuha haliyan. Tu'addu hadhihi an-nadwah wa hadithan muhimman jiddan kitabalil ma'rifah wa munsaqati wa tabadulil ifkar bainal muhadirin. Kal muassisil islamiyah ta'limil ali nahnu min kulliyatil ulumil islamiyah Jami'ah Raden Rahmat Malang, alaina an nad'u tatwirul ulum wa teknologiya min khilalil insyatiyah al-akademiyah al-mukhtalifah mithlu hadha an-nadwatil dawliyah wa nahnu na'taqidu anna ta'awuna bainal mukhassasat wal buldan huwa miftahu limuwajahati tahdiyat al-alamiyah. Thumma nuridu an naqul jazul zukri lil jannati lil jannati allati alimat jahidah litandimi hadhihi nadwa wa kadzalika lil musyarikin alladzina khassasu waqtahum lil hudur wal musyarakah fi hadhihi nadwa wa na'amulu an natamakkana fi hadhihi al munaqashat wal jariyah fi ijadi haulin mutakabbirah yumkinu tatbiquha. Akhiran arju an wafina hadhihi nadwa awdawliyah fawaidah kathirah li jami'il musyarikin wa yumkinu an nakunal khutwah al-ula li fathil amaliyat ta'awuniyah bainal jami'at wal muassasat ad-dawliyah. Ikfina hadzal kalam, nashkurukum alal ihtimam wa sanufikum hadzal i'tifaf. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukran kasir.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the opening remark that will be delivered by Rector of Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang, as well as to officially open the seminar to Haji Imron Rosyadi Hamid SAMSI. Time is yours.
Sambutan yang ketiga akan disampaikan oleh Rektor Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang, sekaligus yang akan membuka acara International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Imron Rosyadi Hamid SAMSI, kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillahil qail. Kuntum khaira ummatin ukhrijat lin-nasi ta'muruna bil ma'ruf wa tanhauna 'anil munkar wa tu'minuna billah. Al-ayah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'dah. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa karrim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Izinkan saya pakai bahasa Inggris, Pak Salim. Honorable Chairman of Raden Rahmat Malang Islamic College Foundation, Dr. Muhammad Hanif, MPD, and also present here Secretary Pak Mahmud Ghazali and Supervisor Pak Bambang, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Islamic Studies, Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang, Mr. Dr. Haji Salim, MPDI, Honorable Deputy Director of Postgraduate Program of UNIRA, Dr. Aris Munandar, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Rahmat MAG, Director General of Islamic Education from Ministry of Religious Affairs of Republik Indonesia, Honorable Speaker Professor Abdul Lamtong from Mindanao State University, Philippines, Honorable Speaker Professor Madia Fauzi Hussain from UTM, Malaysia, and Honorable our moderator Dr. Diauddin Diab Mahmud Al-Zitawi. Even though we often meet on Zoom meeting, but today we can meet in person. Thank for that. And also, I have to mention all the speakers who join us online. Professor Maki Iwasaki, PhD from Matsuyama University, Japan. Professor Dr. Dawood Hidari from IIUM, Malaysia. Professor Jul Nur, PhD, President of Hartford International University, USA. And then Professor Dr. Frans Wijsen from Red Boat University, Netherlands. distinguished audience, esteemed college and honored members of faculty. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has graciously bestowed His blessing, guidance and mercy upon us. It is by His grace that we are able to gather here today in good health and spirit to participate in the 4th International Seminar on Islamic Education 2024, hosted by Faculty of Islamic Science, Unira Malang. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Faculty of Islamic Science, Unira Malang, for their steadfast commitment to organizing this significant event each year. This year's theme, Local Wisdom Based on Sustainable Development, a foundation for religious moderation in global peace and security. With great joy and gratitude, I warmly welcome you to Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang. Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang. Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang was established with the vision of cultivating a generation embodying the concept of khaira ummah, or the best community. This vision is operationalized through 3 foundation pillars. First, peace education. This pillar emphasizes spirituality, humanity, and local wisdom, aiming to foster a peaceful and harmonious society. The second one, social enterprise, which focusing on entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, and community development. This pillar seeks to empower individuals and communities economically and socially. And the third one, green technology, which is dedicated to environmental sustainability. This pillar promotes the adoption of eco-friendly technologies and practices to ensure a sustainable future. Dear audience, I sincerely hope that this international seminar serves as a valuable platform for knowledge transfer, particularly for Indonesian academics, and as preparation to navigate future challenges. Moreover, we believe this seminar will enrich the scientific insights of lecturer and student, especially those from Unira Malang, as well as the wider community, by deepening their understanding of local wisdom and religious moderation as instrument for developing global peace. Wishing you fruitful and inspiring seminar. May our efforts bring meaningful contribution to society, and may we all remain under the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of Allah, most graceful, most gracious, most merciful, with gratitude and humility, I hereby declare the 4th International Seminar on Islamic Education 2024 with the theme Local Wisdom Based on Sustainable Development, a foundation for religious moderation in global peace and security, officially opened. Wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. On the very warm welcome.
والبرنامج التالي هو التوقيع على مذكرة التفاهم بين أونيرا مالانغ ومينداناو ستيت يونيفرسيتي جنرال سانتوس سيتي فيليبين وعلى سماحة الحاج إمران رشادي حميد الماجستر وأستاذ دكتور عبد اللانتong مع دكتور محمد خريدة الهدى يرجى التكرم بالذهاب إلى المكان المخصص.
Prosesi penandatanganan MOU antara Unira Malang dengan Mindanao State University at General Santos City, Philippines. Kepada yang terhormat Rektor Unira Malang Bapak Haji Imron Rosyadi Hamid SE MSI dan Profesor Abdul Lantong dengan didampingi oleh Kabiro Riset Publikasi Humas dan Kerjasama Bapak Muhammad Khoridatul Huda SPD MSI PhD untuk menuju tempat yang sudah disediakan.
Untuk acara selanjutnya yakni sesi foto bersama antara pimpinan Unira Malang dan para tamu undangan, kami mohon untuk maju ke depan. Terima kasih kami sampaikan sesi foto bersama sebagai bentuk kenang-kenangan dari agenda di pagi hari ini. Terima kasih juga kami sampaikan kepada para hadirin atas partisipasi dan dukungannya.
Nanti saya bilangin.
Setelah pembukaan inti, kami akan melanjutkan dengan serangkaian acara inti. International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace 2024 dengan agenda sebagai berikut. Profesor Frans Witsen from University of Redwood, Netherlands. Profesor Dr. Daud Al-Hidabi from IAUM, Malaysia. Profesor Dr. Profesor Maki Iwasaki, PhD from Matsuyama University, Japan. Profesor Dr. Martha Beck from Lyon College, the USA. Profesor Dr. Lucinda Moser from Hartford International University, the USA. Profesor Madia Fauzi Hussein from UTM, Malaysia. And Professor Abdul Lantong, PhD from Mindanao State University at General Santos City, Philippines.
Kami persilahkan untuk menaiki panggung kehormatan. Acara ini akan dimoderatori langsung oleh Dr. Diayaudin Mahmud Al-Zitawi dari UTM Malaysia. Kepadanya kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kaifa halukum? Sabahul khair. Jamil, jamil. This we call it ice breaking. Okay. Bismillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. بسم الله الواحد الأحد الفرد الصمد الناصر لأتباعه الهازم لأعدائه ومن والاهم وشد على أيديهم وحازبهم اللهم يسر لي أمري واشرح لي صدري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي بسم الله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على النبي المصطفى. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and respected participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the 4th International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace, ICEP 2024. It is a profound honor and privilege to serve you as a moderator for today's seminar, which centers on the accompanying them, sustainable development based on local wisdom, the foundation for religious moderation in global peace and security. This then resonates deeply in our interconnected world, where challenge to peace, security, and coexistence demand innovative approaches rooted in shared values, ethical responsibility, and local insights. It underscores the importance of blending time-honored wisdom with the contemporary strategies to foster moderation, understanding, and sustainable development in both local and global scales. Today's seminar brings together a diverse assembly of scholars, educators, policy makers, and thought leaders. Together, we will explore interdisciplinary perspectives, share groundbreaking research, and engage in meaningful dialogues to advance our collective commitment to global harmony and sustainable progress. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all organizers, speakers, and participants for their dedication and contribution to making this event a success. Your presence here underscores the importance of collaborative efforts in addressing the pressing issues of our time. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us remain inspired by the spirit of inquiry, collaboration, and pursuit of knowledge. I encourage everyone to actively participate, exchange ideas, and contribute to enriching our discussion today. Once again, welcome to this significant gathering. May it be fruitful and insightful and impactful. Allow me to invite our present speakers today, Professor Madia, Dr. Fauzi, from UTM, please come to stage, and Professor Abdul Lantong from Mindanao University, please come to stage. Thank you very much.
This is from online, number 1.
Okay.
The new one.
And I welcome Professor Dr. Mas Beek, Lyon College, Arkansas, USA, and our keynote speech, Professor Frans Wegesen, University of Fredbound, Netherlands. You are most welcome. Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and honored guests, it is my privilege to introduce the esteemed speakers and contributors to the 4th International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace, ICEP 2024. Each of these distinguished individuals has made significant contribution to the field of education, religious studies, and peace building. Allow me to present them. First of all, Prof. Maki Awasaki, PhD, presenting Masuwama University, Japan. Prof. Maki Azawaki is a distinguished scholar known for her extensive work in religious studies and interfaith dialogue. Her contributions have inspired cross-cultural understanding and educational innovation on a global scale. Our next guest, Professor Dr. Dawood A.Y.L. Haidari. From International Islamic University, Malaysia, IUM, Professor Dr. Dawood brings a wealth experience or experts in Islam education and thought. His scholarship has significantly advanced the understanding of religious moderation and education strategies in multicultural contexts. Next guest, Professor Madhya Dr. Fauzi Hussain, who is sitting beside me, presenting the Academy of Islamic Civilization, University Technology Malaysia UTM. Prof. Madhya Dr. Fauzi Hussain is a leading academic in Islamic civilization focusing in integrating traditional with contemporary educational needs. Our fourth guest, Professor Dr. Abdul Lantong, who also sitting to my left. Ahlan Doctor, Ahlan Prof. From Mindanao State University, General Santos City, Philippines, Professor Dr. Abdul Lantong, or Abdul Muin Lantong, specialized in social development and interreligious harmony, contributing to peace building initiatives in diverse and challenging contexts. Myself, Tudiauddin Al-Zitawi, I'm from Islamic Civilization Academy, UTM, University Technology, Malaysia. The next guest, Professor Dr. Lucianda, as the Director of Master of Arts in Interreligious Studies at Hartford International University for Religion and Peace, USA. Professor Dr. Lucinda is a globally recognized leader in fostering interfaith understanding and collaboration peace efforts. Our seventh guest, Professor Dr. Frans Wijsen from Redboud University, Netherlands. Professor Dr. Frans Wijsen is a prominent scholar in the intersection of religion and development. Everyone to activity participate, exchange, offering insights into the role of faith and global peace and sustainability. Our eighth guest, the representative from Director General of Islamic Education Ministry of Religion Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. We are honored to welcome the representative from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia, whose leadership continues to shape progressive policies in Islamic education and interfaith harmony in the region. Please join me in the extending a warm welcome to these distinguished individuals. Their collective expertise and vision will undoubtedly enrich our seminar discussions and inspire meaningful collaborations. You are most welcome. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, allow me to invite our first keynote speakers, Prof. Matad Beg, Lion College, Arkansas, USA. Without wasting any time, please, Professor, you can start your keynote speech. Please start. So, Professor Dr. Mazak, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, yes, we can hear you. Please.
supreme good, because justice, freedom, and happiness all depend on getting richer. Then another man, Robert Lustig, he says, in this book, I'm going to develop separate and parallel scientific, cultural, historical, economic, and social arguments that our minds have been hacked. This hack, the systematic confusion and conflation of the concepts and definitions of pleasure and happiness, has been inserted into our limbic system, the emotional part of our brains, precipitating a slow motion crash, 25 to 50% of individuals exacting a severely detrimental impact on our whole society. It wasn't accidental, it was designed and engineered with a profit motive. It continues to be executed by private interests with government support. Capra points out most of what scientists do is not life-furthering and life-preserving, but life-destroying. Physicists are designing weapon systems of mass destruction, chemists are contaminating the global environment, biologists are releasing new and unknown types of microorganisms without knowing the consequence. Psychologists and other scientists are torturing animals in the name of scientific progress. So it's urgent to introduce eco-ethic standards into science. There's another book out, The Anxious Generation, about how social media has led to teenagers' mental illness. And that's, I didn't have time and I don't have time. But by most measures, because of social media, by most measures, all people's attention spans, not just children, are about half of what they were 10 to 15 years ago. This chain of changes affects the allocation of time to critical analysis and empathy, which influences what we read, what is published, why we read at all. The more information we have, the more likely many of us are to turn to unchallenging, less dense, less syntactically complex information. This is the stuff of a threat to any democracy. So, what is happening? The effect of the corruption of culture on the corruption of political life. So, the book Democracies Divided, The Global Challenge of Political Polarization, are essays by members of the Brookings Institute. At the end of the 20th century, many political observers assumed the coming decades would be a time of democratic triumph. Instead, democratic stagnation and setbacks, that's due to the corruption of globalization, have marked the first 2 decades of this century to such an extent that today talk of a global democratic crisis is widespread. Political polarization in harsh divides between opposing political camps is a critical part of this troubling picture. And so, in this book, he had 7 examples of polarization. The U.S. was one of them, and Indonesia was another one. Then the corruption of the intellectual class. We have the wrong idea of the place of the intellectual in society. First of all, the physicists and the scientists are creating these awful products, but what about the humanities and the social sciences? So the president of the MacArthur Foundation says something is seriously wrong in the relationship between universities and the policy community in the field of international relations. There's been a theoretical turn in the social science and humanities that cut off academic discourse from the way ordinary people and working professionals speak and think. The validity and elegance of the models has become the focus, rather than whether those models can be used to understand real-world situations. Policymakers are faced with a lot of complexity and uncertainty. They think practically. Scholars could help them by providing access to information on whether their policies are working, but they don't do that. And although this is a terrible problem in developed nations, it is even worse to think that the best and brightest students from developing nations get conditioned into this same kind of detached thinking, separating them from their responsibility to lead their nations forward. This is just another kind of colonialization, the colonialization of the mind, convincing the potential leaders in developing nations to fit the mold of developed nations and ignore their nations, or, in the case of economics, to destroy their own nations if they adopted that really wicked economic tool to run an economy. The United States is now producing an unprecedented number of bachelor's degrees, college educated, who know little or nothing about humanistic thought. Consider this. Also, the humanities majors can't get jobs. Anyway, is it possible to have a society full of young people who are creative, energetic, entrepreneurial, technologically informed, and completely comfortable with mass slaughter? Yes, I'm in the German department. The Germans were really smart in tech, and that's why they were able to kill so many millions of human beings. Glenn Hedges, in his book, says the discipline of psychology has been lending its services to the military and government, as well as propaganda industries such as advertising, public relations, and human management. So again, there's the corruption of the intellectual class. The elite universities disdain honest intellectual inquiry. They organize learning around minutely specialized disciplines with a highly specialized vocabulary, which destroys the search for the common good. It allows students and faculty to retreat to these self-imposed fiefdoms, to these silos, and they ignore the society around them. One of the signs of a dying civilization is that its language breaks down into exclusive dialects which prevent communication. All right, the role of responsible literate elites is to aid communication between people. Now, what is the solution? So that's all of the problems that we have. So the next half of my talk is about the solution. Okay, so all of these people say you need to go back to ancient wisdom, and you need to go back to the way of life that ancient people lived. It was bonding with family, with community, eating together, having dialogue. So the 5 compassions: mindfulness, self-compassion, and ordinary human compassion. You are moved by the awareness of others' suffering. Compassion is not pity, but empathy. Self-compassion is not feeling sorry for yourself. It's just saying, I'm hurting, but I'll move on. And the compassion of curiosity and understanding, always wanting to ask why. Why do we have the society we have today? That's what my presentation is trying to answer, give you my answer to why are we where we're at. So Mate included a section on Aristotle's model of human flourishing. Robert Lustig used Aristotle's distinction between pleasure and happiness as the foundation of his book. Pleasure is linked to the dopamine system in the brain with short-term rewards and addictions. His big thing is that sugar is addictive. It's a drug like anything else, and it's killing people. It's destroying their metabolism. 80% of Americans over age 50 have metabolic disorders because of sugar. Happiness is linked to the serotonin system, long-term goals, and contentment. Lustig points out religion has been the arbiter of pleasure and happiness since religion began, because it focuses on long-term goals and achievements, both in this world and the next. He also discusses Aristotle's view of happiness, being an ethical person, motivated by reason and virtue, human flourishing, physical and spiritual, not connected to immediate experiences. Then Capra, his idea of the solution. He also brings in Aristotle's model of causality, and he introduces it back into the sciences because it does explain what we're now discovering, and he rejects a split between religion and science. Spiritual experience is an experience of aliveness of mind and body as a unity. This experience transcends separation, okay. Then religion is an organized attempt to understand spiritual experience. I'll try to go faster. The next one is we're all members of humanity. We belong to the global biosphere. Education is about we have to learn how to read. We're not born reading. It's not natural, but we have to create these circuits in the brain. And we have to learn how to do deep reading, making analogies from what we know to what we read, making inferences, and we need, so reading provides us with a moral laboratory for our thoughts. Deep reading has implications beyond the individual. It teaches you how to think critically, and that's absolutely necessary for maintaining a democratic society. Okay, so here's coming to the punchline. There was a group called Ethics in Action for Sustainable Development. So they brought together representatives from all the major religious and humanist traditions to deliberate and agree on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Jeffrey Sachs was one of the main organizers of this group. He was president of the Center for Sustainability at Columbia. He worked with 3 secretary generals at the United Nations. He was on the board of the Happiness Project, which focuses on secular science-based ways to promote flourishing. He's always said the foundation for all of his work is Aristotle's Ethics and Politics. So this working group started in October of 2016. The Pope sent out an encyclical about the need for sustainability. The United Nations came out with their Sustainable Development Goals. Francis spoke at the UN to unite the Catholic Church with the nations in the UN, and they all adopted the Paris Agreement on climate change. So the members of the working group were from all of these major religions: Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, Jewish, Islam, Hindu, Buddhist, Confucian. So it's religious pluralism. As an Indonesian, you would understand that. And then the model of virtue ethics includes all the values. So every one of those traditions had a virtue ethic. The reason to get the religious leaders on board is because these are the people that talk to all parts of society. They engage with billions of people around the world, include the poorest people. They have vital institutions of education, health, charity, and environmental protection. So they're the people who can really create a sustainable culture. The church also brought people from different professions: scientists, mayors, judges. And the SDGs are about poverty, peace, migration, business, education, climate justice, a whole lot of stuff. I know I'm running out of time. So they're creating a new virtue ethic. So this is the list of Aristotle's virtues that he wrote 2,500 years ago. And then this center, this working group, is actually applying it in our time. We'd have to have have in common with these previous virtue ethics traditions a focus on moral habits, but it also incorporates moderation, knowledge from modern science. Moderation and self-control are necessary. Wanting to be middle class, a life of practical wisdom is a person is thoughtful, sometimes slow, even cautious. Prudence demands patience, anticipating the consequences of your actions. Humility, to admit you know you don't know. Solidarity and love are unifying virtues for a moral economy. Love demands that you value and work toward the well-being and good of other people. Almost done. Modern science will be of assistance in updating virtue ethics for our contemporary situation. so my own work on religious pluralism and Aristotelian humanism, which I call spiritual. So in my classes for decades, I've linked Aristotle's model to the life stories of Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha, Gandhi, Socrates, Confucius, and others. I show how their way of life has these common virtues, and they all stood up to corrupt authorities and got in trouble for it, but they had very similar personal virtues, and then their role in the political sphere was to expose corruption. Okay, so now Indonesia's Pancasila. In 2012, I got a Fulbright to teach Western thought at an Islamic State University in Bandung. That's when I read Pancasila. As soon as I read it, I recognized it was completely compatible with Aristotle's ethics and political work. Since then, I've been working with colleagues in Islamic State universities, explaining how I see the connection between Pancasila, systems thinking, the United Nations capabilities model, and more recently, sustainable development model, and many aspects of Greek civilization, to explain how to educate citizens to think like citizens so they can preserve their free societies. Pancasila has these 5 principles. Of course, everyone in the audience probably knows that. Religious pluralism, humanitarianism, unity and diversity, the insights of wisdom. What you need to know is this is very Aristotelian. Practical wisdom, prudence, is making good judgments one at a time. And then the social contract, the government owes citizens basic needs, and the citizens are expected to use their skills for the benefit of fellow citizens, which is, this is my last point, Indonesia has community engagement projects, so they require college teachers to have part of their career linked to community engagement project, which I think the West, America and Europe should have. It would be a different society if we had it. One of my colleagues, Jarut Rayundi, is the coordinator of these projects at Islamic State universities. His model is asset-based community development, which means you start out with the assets in the community and you ask the community members what they want to develop. And then you can facilitate it, but you don't control it. They need to do the work themselves, and then it will last after the academics leave. And this is very consistent with the tradition of village uplift, gotong royong. And so Indonesian culture, I think Indonesian culture has a very good foundation for moving into a sustainable future. And I always tell my Indonesian colleagues that they should take pride in their Pancasila. They should, know how it gets corrupted, but every theory gets corrupted, and they just have a lot to offer, and they should become more visible in the international intellectual community. And thank you again for allowing me to present.
And keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Mata Big, and we hope to meet you in person so we can discuss more and further about the American implementation for the local wisdom and how it's work and become practical according to the American culture. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Mata Big from Lane College, Recousrces, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our following keynote speaker, Professor Frans Wijsen from University of Radboud from Netherlands. Please, you can start your keynote speech.
Selamat pagi, good morning, assalamualaikum. I try to share my PowerPoint, but for one or another reason, yeah, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is a pleasure to participate in this fourth International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace 2024. And it is an honor to present some insights in local wisdom as a foundation for global peace and sustainable development. And I thank the organizers for inviting me. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, the Constitutional Court of Indonesia decided to include indigenous belief as a religious category on the national identity card. And since then, I see an enormous debate among Indonesian scholars about local wisdom, indigenous belief, the issue of equal rights. Do the masyarakat adat have equal rights compared to world religions? What is the role of the state? Is state intervention desirable? But also the role of indigenous belief and local wisdom in solving environmental problems. And I see quite some enthusiasm about local wisdom and indigenous belief. I will reflect on this enthusiasm in 4 steps. First, I will reflect a little bit on the indigenous belief in relation to world religion, the origin and the complexity of this relationship. Secondly, I will focus on the relationship between local wisdom, peace, and sustainability, which is the topic of this conference. Third, I will look at local wisdom as an instrument to serve local problems, and I will end by giving a reflection on the interconnectedness of local and global trends, and I will try to do so in 15 minutes. First of all, indigenous beliefs and world religions. As most of you know, the distinction between adat and agama has a very complex history. And my ancestors, the Dutch colonizers that colonized Indonesia, are one of the causes of this complexities. And most of you will know that the distinction between adat and agama was made by Dutch colonizers, by my ancestors. But it is certainly one-sided to say that the Dutch colonial administrators marginalized local wisdom or adat. I see that in many studies that the Dutch colonizers marginalized adat, but in my view this has to be nuanced. I think it is the opposite. The Dutch colonizers feared pan-Islamism. They feared a global Islam. And they promoted a local Islam based on adat. So they saw a merging of Islamic thought based on indigenous belief, indigenous law. And they instrumentalized that to fight against pan-Islamism. So I think the whole issue of local wisdom, indigenous belief, marginalized by Dutch colonizers, needs to be nuanced. But the relationship became much more complex after independence. As Professor Beck already showed in her slide, the belief in God was one of the principles. It became the first principle. It was not the first principle from the beginning. In the Pancasila, your beautiful philosophy of national unity in Indonesia. And most of you will know the very complex history about Pancasila and about this first pillar, sila, the belief in God, ketuhanan. It is very clear that from the very beginning, when the founding fathers of Indonesia, Sukarno and Hatta, spoke about ketuhanan, it was inclusive. It was all-embracive. They formulated purposely in an inclusive way to include indigenous belief and local wisdom, except non-belief. So, as Professor Beck already said, Pancasila was really pluralist, and it included indigenous belief. It became much more complex later on. In 1950, when the Indonesian government restricted to practice privately belief, including indigenous belief, and restricted the change of belief, conversion. And in 1950 gave the government the right to control religion. In 1952, the Ministry of Religious Affairs formulated substantive criteria for religion to be recognized by the state. That was only in 1952. It was not from the very beginning. A religious community must be monotheistic. It must have sacred scriptures. It must have a prophet. And it must agree to universal ethical viewpoints. In harmony with this regulation, Hindu, Buddhist, and Confucian communities undertook a reinterpretation of their belief to make it more monotheistic, to be recognized as agama in the sense of the Ministry of Religious Affairs. And other communities who refused to do so, or who were not able to do so, they were defined as masyarakat adat. And they were not included in the 5 or 6, as you know the history. The official religions was fluid. Sometimes it was 5, sometimes it was 6. Sometimes Confucianism was included, then it was not included, and so on. So what I want to show is that the distinction between adat and agama is very related to the politics of religion in Indonesia. From independence until now. And it is colored by state intervention. Religion has been instrumentalized to serve the state ideology of national unity. And as Professor Beck already said, I think Pancasila is a philosophy to be proud of. It served to bind your society together. But we also have to think about discrimination. The discrimination in this case, the masyarakat adat. And so in that sense, the 2016 recognition by the ministry, by the Constitutional Court, to include indigenous belief as a category on the identity card is a beneficial development. However, we also have to reflect as scholars of religion on, is indigenous belief a religion, agama, in the sense of the Ministry of Religious Affairs? Do we want that reification of indigenous belief to be a religion? I think we have to think about it. Also, is the state intervention on religion, is that desirable? Or is it, does the state have to respect religious freedom in every expression, as it was meant, in my view, in 1945? So there are serious topics that have to be discussed. The reification of belief in terms of monotheistic religion, the state intervention of religion, but of course today I will focus on the topic of this conference, namely the hypothesis that indigenous belief or local wisdom can solve global problems, such as global peace or sustainable development. Once again, Professor Beck referred to the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations. Now, what is the role of local wisdom in this respect? So that is the topic of today. Local wisdom, peace and sustainability. I see, as I said in the beginning, quite some enthusiasm about local wisdom, indigenous belief in solving societal problems. People say, oh, we can make harmonious communities, we can make sustainable communities when we go back to the wisdom of our ancestors. However, we have to also take into account that not all indigenous beliefs almost always promote peaceful coexistence. We have quite some counter evidence for that. And I give two examples from my own research based on guiding doctoral students. Just an example in which I think local wisdom is quite helpful. Another example where I think that global wisdom does not serve sustainable development. One of my PhD students is studying the Kartini Kandeng movement, women protesting against the cement mining in Kandeng mountains. And interestingly, probably some of you will know, interestingly, the Kartini Kandeng consists for 80% of Muslim women, and 20% of indigenous believers, the Samin community. And the Samin have a myth, a belief, indigenous belief, in Mother Earth. The earth is our mother. That means the earth looks after us. The earth nourishes us. But also we have to care for the mother. It is a family relationship between humans and nature, Mother Earth. Interestingly, although the Samin are a minority among the Kartini Kandeng, they inspired Muslim women to see the feminine aspects in Islam, to correct the idea that Islam is a masculine religion. And I think that Kartini Kandeng, and particularly the indigenous local wisdom in the Kartini Kandeng movement, is a good example of where local wisdom and indigenous belief really helps to protect nature and to promote sustainable development. That is my first example based on one of my doctoral students. A second example
Recording in progress.
Shows where I think local wisdom was not very helpful in promoting sustainable development. This example is taken from a published PhD study under my guidance. I will quote it at the end. Kampung Mahmud in Bandung, Citarum River. I was involved in a project studying the pollution in Citarum River. And interestingly, in one of the case studies, Kampung Mahmud, there was a local myth prohibiting digging wells. Some of you will know that the Indonesian government promoted digging wells instead of cleaning the river, instead of solving the real problem, namely the huge pollution of Citarum River, one of the most polluted rivers in the world. Instead of cleaning that river, they promoted digging wells, creating even a more bigger problem, namely pollution of the groundwater. Now, interestingly, among the local community, there was a myth that prohibited digging wells. But then the people, based on their local tradition, invented a local ritual asking the permission of the ancestors to dig wells in order to serve their interests. Of course, everybody will understand. People need water. And if you don't need water, you find a solution. So they went back, used local wisdom to serve their human interest, namely the need of water, but it was not definitely promoting sustainable development, namely cleaning the river. So I give two examples where local wisdom is sometimes beneficial, sometimes it is not, and I think we can give examples worldwide. So my lesson is that yes, we can depend on local wisdom, but also we have to be nuanced. It is not always beneficial for sustainable development and global peace. I will come back to that later. So I come to my third topic. Indigenous belief and local wisdom are very often based on ancestral traditions and oral history. And based on ancestral traditions, local wisdom serves local problems. It inspires people to live in harmony together, based on the respect for the common ancestor. It promotes living in harmony with nature, with land, the land in which the ancestors are buried. And it functions because of the respect of the ancestors. Yeah? For example, we have very good examples where local wisdom, based on ancestral traditions, serves conflict resolution. And in that sense, promoted local peace. However, there are also numerous case studies showing that indigenous, local, or ethnic communities can become ethnocentric, creating boundaries between indigenous and non-indigenous people, locals and foreigners. I mean, we have numerous examples of land conflicts based on this boundary between indigenous and non-indigenous. And that happened long before colonial powers came to Indonesia. Let's say we can refer to the Sundanese and the Majapahit kingdoms in the 14th century. Many ethnic conflicts between agricultural people and nomadic people. So ancestral traditions promote human well-being, and I think we can go back to Aristotle, as Professor Beck said. But they are not always serving global peace, or they are not always serving sustainability. There are numerous examples in the world where indigenous people employ exploitative farming. We have examples in Indonesia where indigenous people burn forests, and that is a practice all over the world, to clear land for crops and travels, or to hunt game. So here again, it is good to look at local wisdom as a source, foundation for sustainable development, but also be realistic. It not always does so, and we have to put local wisdom in a global context. And Professor Beck clearly showed how complex the global context is. That brings me to my last point, the interconnectedness of local and global trends. Economies, countries are connected, interconnected, and I think Professor Beck made that very clear in her presentation. Peace and sustainability have become global challenges, and they need global solutions based on local wisdom. In my view, there are no untouched or isolated communities anymore, unless those indigenous communities or those isolated communities choose themselves to be isolated. Now, I make use of the term glocalization. I noticed that one of the speakers come from Japan, an idea from Japanese in Japanese business, where there is a dialectic relation between globalization and localization. And it has become very popular in not only in Japan business, but it has been adapted all over the world and in various disciplines. That means local wisdom can be globalized. A local idea or a local practice can be followed and adopted by other local communities because it has proved to be beneficial, until it becomes a universal, a global practice. So in that sense, we can talk about glocalization, the glocalization of wisdom, where local and global wisdom meets, or where local wisdom becomes global wisdom. But my point today is, when we talk about local wisdom, global peace and sustainable developments, taking into account the Sustainable Development Goals that Professor Beck wrote about or mentioned already, don't confuse micro and macro problems. Macro problems require macro solutions. And once again, local wisdom can become global. But these processes are of different scale. Let me end my talk by once again referring to my case study on Citarum River in Bandung. I can clean a river at one spot, making use of local wisdom. But if we don't clean up the whole river, from where the river starts till the end, cleaning the river based on local wisdom doesn't make sense at all. Moreover, cleaning the river is not enough. We have to change the behavior. We have to change industries. We have to change our economies. So, to show that local wisdom, in this case, cleaning a river, is not enough to solve this issue of sustainable development. Well, I leave it at that. I show some of my publications based on various case studies all over the world. And the case study that I refer to is the last one, Haryani Saptaningtias. This is our belief around here on purification in Islamic thought and the pollution of Chitaram River. And if you are more interested in this issue, I can refer you to this publication. It is open access, so you can all have access to this. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion. I give the floor back to the moderator.
Our very distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Frans, which came from University of Radboud, Netherlands. I just got from the presentation of Professor, think globally, act locally. It's very magnificent. Thank you for very insightful thoughts. We are happy also to invite the following speakers. Professor Dr. Dawood Al-Haidari, I think, Al-Haidari from IIUM, and I encourage our keynote speakers to stay with our timing, which is 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Without wasting more time, I would like to invite Professor Dawood Al-Haidari from IIUM Malaysia to present his presentation. Please, you can start, Prof. Ahlan wa sahlan.
Hello? Hello?
السلام عليكم. نسمعك دكتور. تفضل.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه من والاه. Thanks for inviting me to participate in this important event, which you are talking mostly about the peace, sustainability, and the Islamic studies as well. So I would like to share with you some of the thoughts which I have gathered regarding the a model for social responsibility and sustainable development. As we all know that the SDG, which my friends, the presenters before me, they have touched upon it. They have 17 goals. They want to have one size fits all for all different cultures and countries. These three main, social, economic, and environmental, have been discussed thoroughly in the Western literature from different angles, from different perspectives and worldviews. So let me just go to the critique which delivered against SDG from different Western perspective regarding different themes, around 7 different themes. Number 1 is the feasibility and implementation challenges. Normally when we hear about the United Nations talking about developing countries, we end up with destruction rather than developing. So some of the critical argument leveled against SDG, they say that there is a lack of clear metric and indicators. So they argue that they lack measurable indicators for tracking. These mostly are positivist people who are believing in what they observe. But as we all know that not everything, not all our aims and objective in life can be measured. Also, it's over ambitious and vague goals. Ambitious because in our current global challenges, whether politically or economically or what have you, it is very ambitious. It is not realistic to achieve them all. And insufficient funding and resources because not, all countries have the same wealth as other countries. Also, weak accountability and mechanism, because different countries, they have their own sovereignty and autonomous decisions. So you cannot impose on them a way of controlling them or monitoring them. With regard to the political and geopolitical criticism, there is, as we know, north-south divide. That's what the critics from the Western literature have labeled against SDG, because critics argue that many SDG are designed with one-size-fits-all approach, which does not consider the vast economic and development differences between the global north and global south. Also, political will and national sovereignty. Some governments view the SDG as an imposition for the international community, arguing that they undermine national sovereignty and are shaped by the priorities of wealthy nations and international organizations, as Dr. Beck just mentioned. Influence of corporation, where, as we could see, that critics have raised concern that corporation, huge multinational companies, are increasingly considered partners in the SDG framework. Also, there is a lack in the economic dimension, lack of addressing capitalism systematic issues. Because from a more radical perspective, critics argue that SDG do not address root causes of many of the world's issues, particularly the structural inequalities perpetuated by global capitalism. Also, market-oriented solution. Several SDG promote market-based solution to social and environmental problems rather than transformative policies that challenge the status quo. With the environment, insufficient emphasis on ecological limits. Environmental advocates argue that while SDGs such as Goal 13 and 15 are essential, they are not enough to address the scale of environmental degradation. Human rights. Inadequate focus on inequality. As we know, this divide between global south and north. Over-reliance on voluntary corporate responsibility also. They consider this social responsibility as a voluntary thing, rather than they are causing the trouble and they leave the other country to suffer. The cultural and ethical dimension, Western-centric framework, SDG. Some critics argue that the SDG reflect a Western-centric worldview and may not fully respect local cultural practices and knowledge system. Also, some would argue for cultural imperialism. The SDG are sometimes seen as a form of cultural imperialism where the values and priorities of Western countries are imposed on the rest of the world. From a philosophical point of view, over-reliance on quantification, which we have touched upon earlier, lack of holistic understanding also, which that treats social, economic, and environmental issues in isolation rather than adopting a holistic system thinking approach. Now, this is from the Western perspective, this criticism. But let me talk about the Islamic perspective. Islamically speaking, there is an inadequate emphasis on the spiritual and ethical dimension of SDG. Materialism and secularism, which is one of the primary critiques from an Islamic perspective, is that the SDG focus primarily on material and secular development without sufficient attention to human life, spiritual and ethical. Islam teaches a holistic approach to development, which balances material progress with spiritual and ethical well-being. Second, environmental stewardship and ecological balance, shifting the focus from holistic stewardship to market-driven. SDG focus on the market. This is the advocation of capitalism. Islam In Islam, humans are considered caretakers of the earth, which is a kind of trust from God. And there is as a divine responsibility to protect nature and use resources wisely and sustainably. Justice, equity, and redistribution. Islamic critics often argue that the SDG do not adequately address the systematic economic and social injustices that contribute to global inequalities, especially the concentration of wealth and the exploitative nature of global capitalism. 1% of the American population own 50% of the wealth. That's just an indication. Islam greatly emphasizes social justice and economic fairness. With regard to materialistic notion of development, from an Islamic perspective, there is concern that these goals reflect a materialistic understanding of development. While Islam recognizes the importance of economic development, it stresses also that true prosperity is not measured solely by material wealth or economic output. Instead, prosperity in Islam includes a balanced life that integrates economic, spiritual, social, and ethical well-being. Gender equality and family values, as we now hear every day. While Islam advocates for gender equity and fair treatment of women, but the conceptualization and implementation of equality in Islam is different from the Western view, or at least from the SDG approach. Muslim scholars express that the SDG approach to gender equality is not in line with Islamic teaching on family matters, values, and ethics, and the role of women in society. In Islam, men and women have complementary roles, strongly emphasizing family as the cornerstone of society. Also, in terms of secularization and exclusion of religion, Islam provides a divine moral compass for all aspects of life, and Muslims argue that Islamic law offers a holistic approach to development that integrates ethical, spiritual, social, and material dimensions. Sustainability versus exploitation. Environmental and social exploitation. Islamic principles emphasize the responsible use of resources and the avoidance of exploitation, whether of the environment, people, or vulnerable communities. In Islam, fairness or adala includes not exploiting others for personal gains. Now, finally, this is what I am proposing as a model instead of SDG. This model consists of 5 components. Number 1 is the spiritual and ethical needs. Number 2, intellectual needs. Number 3, family and social needs. Number 4, health and environmental needs. And 5, economic needs. These components focus on the holistic development of individuals, not only individuals, but also families, societies, ummah, and humanity, aiming for a balanced, integrated approach to all human well-being rooted in Islamic principles. Spiritual and ethical needs, that's faith needs worship, moral integrity, and individual spiritual well-being. They encompass the need to connect with God and adhere to ethical principles and guide human behavior. In Islam, human beings are viewed as inherently spiritual and physical creatures with a purpose to worship and serve God. Oneness of Allah, taqwa, and akhlaq or character are central to fulfilling these needs. The priorities is spiritual development, personal morality, ethical values, justice, honesty, and compassion are essential to human well-being. Intellectual needs, these needs involve the development of intellectual capacity, knowledge, thinking, creativity, and education. They are about fostering curiosity, critical thinking, and acquiring worldly and religious knowledge. Islam encourages the pursuit of knowledge as worship. as a form of worship. The Quran encouraging reflection, learning, and acquiring secular and religious knowledge. Intellectual needs include education for all, the development of critical thinking, and promoting life learning knowledge. Family and social needs. These are the needs related to social structure of individual, including the family, community, and broader social network. These needs also focus on social justice, solidarity, and interpersonal relationship. So, the Islamic foundation in Islam, family is the foundation of society and crucial for individual well-being. Also, key priorities: social harmony, family structure, community care, justice, the protection of human rights are prioritized in fulfilling these components of human needs. Number 4, health and environmental needs. These needs include physical health, mental well-being, and the environment. This category emphasizes a healthy lifestyle, access to health care and protection, nature and natural resources. Islamic foundation, Islam emphasizes in cleanness, moderation, and harm prevention in health and environmental issues. The Prophet said there is no disease that God has created except that He has created treatment. Key priorities: access to quality health care, promoting a healthcare lifestyle, and environmental sustainability are critical in addressing these needs. Finally, the economic needs. These needs involve the material and economic aspect of life, including access to sustainable livelihood, income, and economic opportunities. Islam emphasizes justice and fairness in economic transaction, advocating for prohibition of usury, uncertainty, and unethical economic practices. And also, wealth should be earned honestly and used for society benefit. The key priority is ensuring access to decent work, gaining halal earnings, economic justice, fair wages, and opportunities for financial independence. Islam encourages the responsible management of resources, redistribution through mechanisms like zakat and sadaqah, voluntary charity. But also, this model has 3 different levels for each of these components, the 5 components. Number 1 is the survival needs. There are fundamental needs necessary for survival and dignity, such food, shelter, healthcare, and security. There is another level, higher, less important. We call it necessary needs. These secondary needs are essential for the development and flourishing of the individual and society. These include education, justice, functioning society, and so on. And finally, complementary needs. These are related to beautifying human life, spiritual growth, and personal and social excellence. So, in Islamic development practice, this priority would be applied in the following way: ensure access to basic needs. 2, focus on long-term sustainable development. 3, finally, focus on aesthetic enjoyment and the pursuit of personal and communal happiness. Conclusion. These are the model which is for the individual, the family, the society, and humanity. But also include the 5 which I talked about, and then the 3 levels: the survival needs, the necessary needs, and complementary needs. And also, it is not hierarchical, but it is an area of development which integrate each other, interdependent, integrated, and interrelated. The characteristic of this model, Islamic-based model, or I would claim it is human-based model, integrate Islamic knowledge with acquired knowledge, connect the temporary life to the eternal life, connect the material to the spiritual, the individual to the societal, the local to the national and the global, heart, mind, and behavior. It integrates all human needs. It is a holistic, comprehensive, and balanced theory of human life. It is based on true human nature, It is more realistic and implementable. It is not hierarchical but interactive and interdependent. It has an additional feature of priorities, survival, necessary and complementary. It is a unique in its ultimate goals, assumptions and motivation. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Professor Dr. Dawood Al-Haidabi from IIUM. Thank you very much. So many ideas, projects and models that presented by Professor Dr. Dawood Al-Haidabi. I hope it benefit all of us. Coming to our final keynote speak for the first session. Professor Maki Awasaki from Matsuyama University, Japan. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Professor?
Hello, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, Professor, the mic with you. Please go ahead.
Do you hear my voice?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, I am preparing for the slide. Do you see my slide as a present PowerPoint slide? Okay, yes. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your kind invitation, Professor Dr. Adzitawi. I am most grateful to all the people who gave me the opportunity to participate in this wonderful conference. I truly wish I could have traveled to Indonesia to be there in person, but I'm here in Japan. So I am a scholar of comparative religion, focusing on the religious coexistence in the Middle East, especially Muslims and Coptic Orthodox Christians in Egypt. But today I am focusing on, I would like to discuss the challenges and changes concerning religious freedom and the separation of church and state in Japanese national universities, particularly focusing on prayer spaces for Muslim students. Introduction. The purpose of my research today is to explore how Japanese national universities, secular institutions by design, are addressing the growing religious needs of Muslim students, especially with regard to the provision of prayer spaces. Methodology. For this research, I employed a combination of fieldwork and email and telephone interviews and analysis of university websites. And the study period spans from May 2017 to October 2024, covering 28 national universities, including one graduate school. So regarding previous studies, most existing research on this topic focus on the sociology of education or intercultural communication, psychology, or comparative religion, same as my field. But many of these studies, except for Kishida's work in 2009, are case studies of specific universities at specific times. But what sets my research apart is its broader scope, both in terms of the number of universities surveyed and the time span covered. So this comprehensive approach provides a new perspective on the topic. So before delving deeper into my findings, I want to highlight the uniqueness of Japan's culture, religious culture, as it helps provide context for the challenges faced by universities. So let's look at two seemingly contradictory figures regarding religion in Japan. So figure 1 is a population by religion in Japan. So according to this data, 52% identify as Shinto, the Japanese traditional religion, and 43% are Buddhist, and only 0.18% as Muslim. So figure 2 is a survey asking people, do you have faith or belief? And surprisingly, only 28% say yes, while 72% say no. So this discrepancy reflects a unique aspect of Japanese culture. So although 97% identify as Shinto or Buddhist in some form, many do not actively consider themselves as religious. So however, they do practice religion. For example, on New Year's Day, many Japanese visit Shinto shrines or Buddhist temples to make wishes for the coming year. Similarly, funeral rituals are often conducted in a Buddhist manner. So these practices highlight how Japanese people integrate religious tradition into daily life without being aware of. So now let me move on to the next slide. It illustrates the number of Muslim students in Japan, in Japanese universities and higher education. So the figure 7 highlights a significant increase in both the number of international students and Muslim students over the past decade from 2007 to 2017. So in fact, both groups have more than doubled in size during this period. So as of now, the number of students from Islamic countries in Japan is approximately 14,000 out of a total around of 270,000 international students. So among these, Indonesian students make up the largest group of students from Islamic countries. So next slide illustrates how Japanese national universities have adapted to on-campus prayer spaces over time. So in 2009, out of 27 universities, only 18 universities, which is around 67%, have prayer spaces, and 9 doesn't have any prayer spaces. But in 2024, this year, from my research, 28 universities out of 28 universities, 25 universities, which is around 90%, now have prayer spaces. And only one university does not have prayer spaces. And 2 universities have not disclosed their status. So this demonstrates a notable increase in the ability of prayer spaces over the past 15 years. So the next upcoming 2 slides cover the legal framework related to religion and education. The first is the Constitution of Japan. So Article 20 talks about the freedom of religion, and it guarantees freedom of religion to all, and it also prohibits religious organizations from receiving privilege from the state. And also it requires the state and its institutions, including national universities, to refrain from any certain religious activities. And the second law is a Basic Act on Education. So Article 15 talks about religious education. So it says the national and local schools must refrain from engaging in religious activities for specific religion. So based on these laws, now we focus on the background of the change in prayer spaces, why this big number now has prayer spaces. So there are 2 key drivers of the change. So the first is increasing number of Muslim students. So in 2008, Japanese Ministry of Education, abbreviation to NEXT, has started the project called 300,000 International Student Project. And that brought attention to prayer space needs with Muslim students rather than university itself often taking the lead in advocating of these prayer spaces. So the second thing is the policy shift toward religion. So the next Ministry of Education Before 2016, they have religious neutrality was almost equated with non-religiosity. So, and prayer spaces were not prioritized. So they're not really care about the prayer spaces in the national universities. But after 2016, emphasis shifted to respecting cultural and religious diversity, framing prayer spaces as a form of reasonable accommodation that universities were encouraged to address. And also other government institutions, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. So in 2019, an advisory committee of this ministry stated that prayer is essential to the lives, especially for of certain students like Muslims. But despite of these changes, providing prayer spaces is still not mandatory, leaving implementation decisions up to each university. But now, we focus on implementation of prayer spaces in 28 national universities, which I researched in these 7 years. So 25 universities have prayer spaces on campus. And among them, 19 universities have official prayer spaces, but 6 universities have only unofficial prayer spaces, with 1 university choosing to remain anonymous. And among them, Kyoto University and Kanazawa University are notable of having prayer space openly and explicitly called it prayer room, which is relatively rare. So on the other hand, the right side, University of Tsukuba is the only one with no prayer space whatsoever among the 28 universities. And other 2 universities have not disclosed whether they have prayer spaces or not. So there are 2 types of prayer spaces found in national university. So the first one, the left, is a closed room. So example is like Graduate School of University of Tokyo and Wakayama University. These rooms are well equipped, often including features like curtain for separating men and women, and designated areas for wudu, like the shower, hot shower. And then the other one on the right side is open spaces. So often stairwells like this photo, and also the corridor. So these spaces lack formal designation and facilities, and they often do not bear official names indicating their purpose, no name. So naming is also an interesting point in this research. So even universities on the left side with closed rooms often avoid terms like prayer room. So instead, they use neutral terms such as multi-purpose reflection room or multicultural collaboration room, reflecting a preference to avoid explicitly linking these spaces to religious practice. So now let me discuss the challenges raised by the informants, namely the university staff responsible for managing these issues. So the constitution and diversity is respected, but they have challenges on the first, equality and inclusivity. So the majority of staff emphasize equality among students as a key concern. For example, all the prayer spaces I researched are shared or generalized rather than exclusively for Muslim students. So this perspective is reflected in the fact that only 9 out of 28 universities use names for their rooms that explicitly reference prayer or religion. And out of 9, only 2, Kyoto University and Kanazawa University, are open in the website, but other 7 universities are very closed, even though they have the name prayer or religion. So this suggests that religious practice is considered one of many activities rather than something exceptional in Japanese National University. But the second challenge is a lack of space. And the third one is unspoken discomfort with religion. I will talk about later. And the fourth is security concerns. So a few universities with undisclosed prayer spaces cited crime prevention and disaster preparedness as reasons for keeping these spaces publicized. So it's related to the third point. The other challenges, so some national universities, particularly those without official spaces or no prayer space whatsoever, offer different opinions. So constitutional concerns, as national institutions, they respect the freedom of religion, but they often use the principle of separation of church and state to justify not creating dedicated prayer spaces. They also tend not to mention the Ministry of Education's new policy for the prayer spaces. In some special case of University of Tsukuba, which is my alma mater for graduate study, it presents a particularly firm stance. In 2017, the university announced via its website that it would not establish any prayer space now and then in the future. So although the announcement is no longer visible now on the website, this rather uncompromising approach has drawn criticism by some Muslim students whom I talked to. And in the same website, the university instructs students to prioritize academic class over prayer. To me, this can be seen as a violation of individual religious freedom, which is a constitutional right. The analysis. Constitution, the separation of church and state, is used to justify to avoid an official prayer space in some universities. But there are several underlying factors. So the first thing is the fear or discomfort with religion and Islam. So it stems from the historical crimes by the cults such as Old Shindikyo or a former Unification Church, etc. And also based on the biased media against Islam and Muslims can also be pointed out. And the second is lack of basic religious knowledge. So the general lack of religious knowledge in individuals, the absence of basic religious information in the media, the absence of basic religious education in public schools, and the lack of unbiased religious information in the media have led to limited understanding of Islam and other religions. And third, minimal communication among stakeholders. So there is often a gap in dialogue among staff who are in charge of the prayer space. Faculty specializing in Islamic studies and area studies, and Muslim students, which could help bridge misunderstandings. Conclusion. So the Ministry of Education 2016 policy led to significant increase in prayer spaces. However, religion remains a sensitive issue for many national universities. While freedom of religion is constitutionally protected, the separation of church and state is frequently used as a justification to avoid establishing dedicated prayer spaces in the national universities. So on the other hand, the provision of prayer spaces reflects the contact zone between Japan's traditional secular framework and global religious diversity. And it is also an arena for intercultural understanding, and it symbolizes the university's understanding of religion and openness to diversity. So additionally, as Japanese student enrollment declines due to the low birth rate in Japan, creating an inclusive environment through spaces like prayer rooms can help universities attract prospective Muslim students and enhance their global appeal. That's all from me, and thank you very much for your attention. Shukran jazilan. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, Prof. Maki Iwasaki from Matsushima University, Japan. Prof. Maki Iwasaki discussed very important topic and current issue highly discussed in Japan, where to provide a space for prayer. From the presentation, I understand that the majority of Muslims in Japan come from Indonesian nation, Indonesian students, Indonesians, travelers. Prof. Iwasaki explained to us the factors where some university don't allow for space of prayer. Why? And what is the challenges? What is the difficulties? Thank you. Very great presentation, informative and clear presentation. Thank you very much, Prof. Maki Iwasaki. Allow me to open also to the audience for question and answer. Maybe we can receive 1 or 2 questions to our presenters, for our keynote speakers here, if there are questions. So we have 2 mics here. Ada apa-apa ingin bertanya? Mungkin bisa tanya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ada yang boleh translate nanti. Okey, tafadhal. Okey, sekejap, sebentar. Ambil mikrofon dulu.
Hello? This Good morning. My name is Lais Arsalan Arvin Fakhriza.
Good morning.
I'm from Junior High School Amanatul Ummah. Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoy it. Please allow me to ask a question. I really enjoyed your presentation. Well, I have a question in mind regarding peace. I'm curious about your opinion on this. What if there is an Islamic figure from a pesantren who considers other religions to be bad? You know, we live in a pesantren and we are grateful to be Muslims who can maintain good relationship with the friends from other religions peacefully. So, what is your opinion about Muslim who view other religion as a bad? Thank you.
Much for the question. Any of our speakers like to respond to this question? Maybe he was talking about the communication between Muslim students or Muslim community and non-Muslim community in this, maybe in Malang or in Indonesia. Anyone can maybe comment to this or respond to this question from our speakers?
I have a response.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say I did spend 5 weeks at a pesantren, and I talked to the students, and it was very nice. And they were they were really committed to being tolerant and Muslim at the same time. So mostly I just encouraged them to learn English so they could come and study in the U.S. But we had a wonderful time, and I know that the pesantren that I read about are really, they just teach their students to be religiously tolerant and to be good Indonesians, which is very encouraging, and I really enjoyed my time there. That's all I want to say.
May I comment on
Yes, please.
I really appreciate the question. I think we have to take or to consider that we can talk about ethical principles or Islamic thought or religious thought in general and concrete practices. And we also see the gap between ethical principles and practices. There are numerous examples of pesantren that promote peace, peaceful coexistence, good relationships with believers of other faith. Unfortunately, there are also pesantrens that do the opposite. One of my PhD students studied Abu Bakr Bashir in Solo, whose pesantren was known to be a hotbed of radicalism and extremism. So I think we have to be realistic. Of course, I come from a more empirical background, so I study not only what religions preach, but also what religions or religious practitioners practice. And well, in terms of dialogue, but also in terms of environment, we see very good examples based on Islamic principles. We also see the opposite. Pesantren not promoting peace, not promoting environmental friendly behavior, also based on Islamic principles. So we have to be, I think, nuanced in our statements about the topic of today, sustainability and peace. So that is what I can share from my experience.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Prof. Franz Wilson, for the response. Okay, so we understand from Dr. Mata, she herself spent time at the Presbyterian. She is very fascinated with the ethics, with the good manner from the students from Centurion, and we understand that they are open-minded, they can very kind, they can communicate with other students, other fellows from different religions, kindly, peacefully. Thank you very much for the question and for the answer. Any more question from the audience? Yes, please go ahead. You can introduce yourself. Okay.
Thank you for the time. I'm Nawaya Safa Lucy from the Amanatul Ma Junior High School. We know that in Indonesia there is so many corruption. Is that happening around USA? And what is the best solution to stop it? Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Much. So, any of our speakers like to respond? What's your name?
Nawaya Safa.
Nawal?
Nawaya Safa.
Nawaya. Okay. Thank you. Adik Nawaya. So, any of our speakers like to respond to our junior Nawaya? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Nawaya, for good intention for the question. So no response, or maybe you can ask again, or you can repeat your question again. Maybe it's not very clear. Can you take the mic again and ask the question again, Nawaya?
We know that in Indonesia there are so many corruption. Is that happen on USA? And what is the best solution to stop it? That's all. Thank you.
So it is for our distinguished speakers from USA to respond to this question. Does the same situation happen in USA? And what is the solution for it?
Corruption. Okay, so we are basically run by the rich, but it's all very legal. And what in another country would be considered an illegal level of tax, paying taxes, the rich don't pay taxes in my country, and that would, they would get in trouble in another country for the number of taxes they pay. They would also get in trouble with the fact that there's no inheritance tax, so their children keep getting their money. I mean, there's lots of ways that on paper it looks like we're not corrupt because we follow our laws, but underneath that, the rich pay for all the political campaigns, and so the politicians are pretty much the employees of the rich. And then we are sending that kind of income inequality abroad, and the way that those treaties work, where the investors can sue the governments if they try to have laws that force them to conform to sustainability or workers' rights. I mean, who decided that that was legal? So it's not considered corrupt because it's not illegal. So I do think there's a lot of corruption that isn't called corruption. It's just this problem with the greed, the system based on greed, and how pervasive it is and how destructive it is what I would call corruption. So does that answer your question? I understand in Indonesia they have problems with it. Okay, I did talk to my Indonesian students, and I said, look, the fact that you had people, government officials, going to jail for corruption. That was when I was there in 2012. I said, this means you have a very functioning democracy. So good for you. First of all, you have a free press that reports it. Then you have lawyers that actually take them to court without worrying about going to jail. Then you have a judge that actually calls them corrupt. Then you have actual laws that call it corruption. Then you have they actually go to the jail because the jailer lets them in. I mean, there's many layers of showing that you actually have a healthy democracy if you actually arrest some government people for taking bribes or something from somebody else. So I just encourage you to just keep trying to keep your democracy honest, and that's very difficult. But you have to make sure to appreciate what you've got and then just keep working to get it better. Does that help?
Yes, very helpful. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Mata. Actually, the same situation, the corruption is happening not in Indonesia only, Malaysia, everywhere. But the question, are we there to take the action, discipline action against the giver and the receiver? Okay, it is from our religion also. Our Prophet said, "Arashi wal murtashi fi nar," the briber and the receiver and the hellfire. So our religion should encourage more, and we should be more practical and more aggressive to overcome this problem. Thank you very much, Sister Nawaya, and thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Mata, for answering this question. Thank you very much. So we go to the next session. We have a plenary session, I understand, 15 minutes. We can, okay. Oh, we have another question. Okay, please come.
Thank you for the time. Good morning, my name is Aisyah Danyana Rahayu. I am from SMPPP Amanatul Ummah. Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Please allow me to ask a question regarding corruption in Indonesia. You mentioned that Islam seeks justice, especially through zakat for the welfare of the people. However, there are many cases where Muslims commit corruption in the sense of taking the right of others. I would like to know your opinion on that. Why does this happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I understand the question is when some people who are claim they are Muslims, they take the life honor, or they're murdering or what, something like that. So maybe we can answer from Islamic perspective also. Any of the speakers like to respond to this question?
If I may, it exactly shows the point that I wanted to make. The gap between ethical principles and real practices, and that is not only in Islam. That is also in the United States. That is in many countries that claim to be Christian or whatever religion. And I think that has to do with our complexity, the interconnectedness with religion, economy, political systems. Particularly in Indonesia, the interconnectedness of religion, politics, and economy goes very deep, and that means that people not only practice on the basis of their Muslim or whatever ethical principles they have, but also as consumers, also as politicians, and these are traditions that conflict each other. So the point about corruption clearly illustrates the gap between belief and practice. I mean, recently, as you know, most of you will know, we have the regulation on mining. Now, Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama have fatwas against exploitative mining. But they both accepted the offer of the government to go into mining. And so here again you have the huge gap between what religions preach and what they practice. And I think that has to do with the enormous complexity of economy, politics, religion, ethics, and so on and so on.
Sorry, may I?
Sure.
Well, as you said rightly, I would like just to add something. You know, if we are talking about corruption is something related to the true commitment and adherence to the Islamic principles. And now, how we gain and cultivate our ethics and our morals? Well, during our socialization process from the home, from the media, from the mosque, from the surrounding, and so on. But the most important part of it is the political will, because they are the one who make or break. They are the one who decide what is acceptable or not acceptable in the society. And also they are the one who protect sometimes the corruption. So the legal system in their hands. So we need to collaborate between the family, the society, the non-government, as you mentioned some of them, the non-government organization and the government. they should share the responsibility to curb and stand against corruption in whatever form is it. Thank you.
I fully agree with you, but the complexity is that those politicians are Muslims.
Yeah, but they are Muslim. Again, you said there is difference between Islam and Muslim. The principle and the commitment. We cannot say Muslims, really. If they are not committing, they are corrupt. Again, in the eye of God, they are corrupt. So they have to be accountable in this life and the life to come. So we have to work. Those voices against corruption should show their voices in election, in creating awareness in the media, in the masjid, everything. So everybody should stand, all of them together. It's not only one man show.
Yes, I agree with you. For France, there are a gap between religion and practicing. There are gap. So you can call them Muslims, but Muslims are divided into two, practice and unpractice. So we cannot blame the Islamic teaching because of the attitude and the action of unpracticed Muslim who sometimes go against the Islamic ethics, value, and teaching. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for all our keynote speakers for the first session. Okay. So we end this session. Maybe we can go for a rest. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sekarang saya nak pergi tandas dulu.
Yes.
Yes. Kita terus jemput dua pelantong. Yes. Yang sedih kuali dulu.
Yes. Thank you very much for your all attention. So for the next session, it will be our invited speakers from Malaysia and from Philippines. From the first one, it will be Professor Matia Fauzi Hussein from UTM Malaysia and Professor Abdul Lamtong, PhD from Mindanao State University. Please, to both all of you, come to the stage. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, in this event that we already have our outstanding speakers from overseas. On my right, it will be Professor Matia Hussein from UTM Malaysia. And on my left, it's Professor Abdul Lamtong from Mindanao State University, Philippines. Please give a round of applause to both all of them. Before we start the presentation, I will read the curriculum vitae from both of them. The first one, it will be Professor Dr. Muhammad Fauzi bin Abu Hussein from UTM Malaysia. He was born 24 September 1981 in Malaysia. He's already married and he's now still living in Johor, Malaysia. And you can contact him via the website that provided in UTM University website. And some of the academic qualification, he was graduated from Durham University, United Kingdom in 2011 for the PhD program in Government and International Affairs. He was also graduated from the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Master of Economics with distinction and with the dissertation titled The Effect of Trade Liberalization Among Muslim Countries. I believe that he has so many publications that already published, and you can check all of them via the website, but I will mention some of them. The first one, he is now Associate Professor, Academy of Islamic Civilization, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Technology, Malaysia. Some of area interest of his research are Islamic economics, Islamic political economy, halal enterprise, entrepreneurship. Also, he is now as a chair of Academy of Islamic Civilization, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Technology, Malaysia. Some of awards that worth mentioning are in 2017, he was awarded as Faraday Bursary Award for reading the World Sacred Text short course, and also in 2015, Anugerah Berkaitan Penyelidikan as the Best Paper Award, Economics 2015 by UAE-TIM. So it will be long pages if I have to read all of them. So I will share you the curriculum vitae if you want to, and I believe you want to, because his curriculum vitae is definitely inspiring, and me myself also want to know more about him. But for the second one, please let me introduce you to Professor Abdul Lamtong from Mindanao State University, Philippines. He was born in 21st of June 1969 in Philippines, and now he's living in Fatima, General Santos City, Philippines. And the education background, he was awarded as a Doctor of Philosophy, International Islamic University, Malaysia in 2015. And he completed his Master degree of Arts in Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Heritage, International Islamic University, Malaysia in 2000. And also he completed his Bachelor degree of Arts in Islamic Studies at Mindanao State University, Marawi City in 1993. Some of work experience, he is now a professor at Mindanao State University, General Santos, Philippines. And he was also the acting, he is now still the acting dean. Okay, he is now no longer as the dean, but he was the dean at Institute of Islamic, Arabic and International Studies, Mindanao State University, Philippines. Also, he has so many publications that it's worth checking, so I suggest you to check on the website directly. Some of them, it will be the first as the paper contribution in INGO, Peace Building in Conflict Affected Areas in Mindanao, Philippines, published in International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace Proceeding, Volume 3, which is last year. And another one, also, we are quite proud because one of our journal, which is Al-Wijdan, is also interesting for him to publish his article under the title, The Case of Barang Sumut Development Agency in Mindanao. I think that's all for our introduction for both our outstanding speakers for today. So I will give the time to the first one. It will be Professor Madhya to give the presentation to all of us. Before that, please welcome to Dr. Dia to come to the stage. That's all for me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I can start, yeah? Okay, if someone can show the slide for my presentation, but before that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam sejahtera, selamat pagi ataupun tengah hari ini. Masih pagi lagi, tengah hari. Sudah siang. Selamat siang. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the moderator. Thank you to the moderator for introducing me. It's a quite long introduction anyway. Again, thank you very much. This is my first time in UNIRA, University Radin Rahmat, although we have been co-organizing this conference since 2020, if not mistaken, Alhamdulillah. And it's a great honor and opportunity to UTM, University Technology Malaysia, that we collaborate to organize this annual conference of International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace. Alhamdulillah. And our honorable distinguished speaker as well, Professor Abdul Lantong from Mindanao State University, and my fellow colleague from UTM, Dr. Diauddin, as our moderator for today. I will take probably around 15 to 20 minutes for my presentation. My presentation is about Islamic moral economy, fostering sustainable economic growth through Al-Mizan development. This is actually a part of my course at university, and also my research on the sustainable economy, sustainable development, and etc. If someone can share my slide, that would be much useful. But before that, before I proceed, just a disclaimer, my presentation is just still on the it's ongoing research, that some of the content were developed during my classes, and also some of the content were taken from my supervisors, who is Professor Mehmet Asute from Durham University. I also inducted with his thoughts and his ideas on the Islamic moral economy. Alright, so why I choose Islamic moral economy in fostering sustainable economic growth? Well, in this forum, in this seminar, we talk about the sustainable development, a foundation for religious moderation and global peace and security. And it is important to understand, to know about the roles of economy. Some of our fellow participants were asking about the issues on corruption, issue on ethics, and etc. But I think the most important thing is about the framework or the model that we are working right now, somewhat need to be revisited or need to be changed probably. Dear brothers and all participants, as we navigate to the complexity of our today's global challenges we are facing, we're facing with the poverty, we're facing with the climate change, issues on development, and as well. In our today's sessions this morning, Professor Daud mentions about different, alternative paradigm of sustainable development. I think that will be much appreciated. That will be great to understand what he proposed. So I think there is a need for an alternative economic framework, and I think it is a time that we think a proposal, a new framework for the today's, to encounter the today's global challenge. And what I'm proposing, and my professor is proposing as well, is the Islamic moral economy. What does it mean by Islamic moral economy? Can we go for the first slide, the meaning of Islamic moral economy? Well, Islamic moral economy offers a holistic framework that integrates ethical and sustainable principles, embedding moral values into economic practice. Our today's session, Prof. Daud mentioned about the issues of ethics, interconnectedness between practical and the ethical issues. That is one of the reasons that we need to look into. And it is called a principle, Islamic economy, and it's called the principle of justice, balance and benevolence, or balance and mizan, ensuring that material progress aligns seamlessly with spiritual well-being. Right, so can we go for the previous slide on the, previous one, the Islamic moral economy. But before, the first one, the blue one, another one, the previous one, okay, alright. So, when we talk about Islamic moral economy, it is back to the history. The Islamic moral economy is a movement emerged as a counter-hegemonic initiative and the world purpose effort to establish an economic framework centered on human well-being, fostering a development strategy that prioritizes inclusivity. Our speakers talk about inclusiveness, and we also must take care of the stakeholders. In Islam, in production for the capitalist framework or capitalist view, the production is very much focused on the capitalistic or materialistic paradigm. But in Islam, we have a different, diverse stakeholders that a producer, that economic agent need to be taken care. Well, Islamic economy or Islamic moral economy seeks to reclaim the rules of humanity, land, environment, labor and capital, anchoring them within an economy deeply embedded in the ethical and value-based framework of Islam. The multifaceted nature of Islamic economic development is best addressed through iqtisad, is an Arabic word, or Islamic moral economy offering comprehensive approach that transcends the limitation and influence of conventional economics, namely capitalist economic framework. When we look into the difference between Islamic economy or Islamic moral economy and versus capitalism, which is in the next slide, I put some of the difference where the core focus between these two, where Islam promote justice-oriented while capitalism promote profit-centric paradigm focus, that focus on individualistic, while Islam focus on community-based orientation or social orientations. And in terms of environmental view, Islamic moral economy focuses on ecological stewardship, where we are Khalifa or vicegerent of God, has a responsibility not only to protect or not only to gain benefits from this world, but we also have a responsibility to those or to everything that around us. Where in capitalism they have been very much focused on resource exploitations. And on the reflections to the existing economic system, where today's economic system, can we go to the next slide? Existing economic system prioritize profit and capital hegemony, where capital is the main focus. Everyone wants to talk about capital, everyone wants to gain profit. Like you said, why corruption occurs? That's simply because of greed, because of the capitalistic views, because of the paradigm that we subscribe into. Today's world has been very much focused on the profit, capital hegemony, where modern legal framework often align with capitalist system, sidelining alternative ethical models. Market logic dominates, where it is market driven. Everything must be follow the market. Everything must have profit, leading to deviation in Islamic finance from its intended objective. We have like 40 years offering alternative in Islamic finance, but the problem is the Islamic finance or the Islamic banking that we have is very much centered to the market driven the market-driven or market logic domination. As a result, legal, regulatory and governance systems in many countries are designed to maintain, enhance the efficiency and longevity of this capital-centric system. That's what we have facing right now in today's world, where capital profit has been centric in our today's society. This alignment is deeply rooted in the Enlightenment era's emphasis on market logic and rationality, which continues to shape today's financial and economic system. We go to the next slide, where if you look into these three pictures, where Islamic moral economy or the Islamic economy, we emphasize on emancipations and empowerment through resource accessibility. If you look into the first picture over there, the meaning of equality, equity and reality. The conventional system often focus on equity and equality. They talk about equality, where we must have a same distribution or same equal distribution of wealth. And the other part talking about equity, give to those in need. But the problem is, in reality, those who has power, those who have capability, those who are fit are the winner in our today's society. Where you look into the reality, those who have higher capability actually has a major access to the resources and etc. Alright, the Islamic approach aspires to justice, ensuring that everyone receive what they need to thrive. This concept extends further into liberation. And the last picture, the third picture, talking about liberation, where we need to remove structural barriers and enabling individual to reach their potential. In what we can imagine in our today's society, they put barriers and they give they distribute resources, but there is still barriers that we need to force, that we need to go through. While Islam encourage liberation, Islam encourage us to enable individual to reach their full potential. At its core, Islamic moral economy highlights the principles of justice, mizan or balance, and ihsan, benevolence, ensuring fairness in economic activities while fostering social harmony and sustainability. These principles align seamlessly with the Sustainable Development Goals, although critics there are critics on the sustainable developments that does not include the spiritual, the life after, hereafter and etc. But some of the principles in SDG, for example, are in line with the Islamic principles that providing for inclusive and ethical progress. Alright, so these are the more clearer picture on the equality, liberation and inclusion, in which we need to bring more inclusiveness to our society. When can we go to the next slide? The concept of sustainability development in Islam. So let's move into understanding of the concept of sustainable development in Islam. The concept of sustainable development in Islam can be defined as the balance and simultaneous realization of consumer welfare, economic efficiency, attainment of social justice, and ecological balance in the framework of evolutionary knowledge-based socially interactive models. I would say that we have in Islam, in order to have a sustainable development, we must have we have to engage or to have to subscribe this paradigm, which is we have a horizontal or vertical. The first one is a vertical relationship between us and God, and then the second one is horizontal relationship between us with the social, the society and the environment. Alright, there are few teaching, or there are few words, there are few ayah in the Quran. If you go to the next slide, in understanding or the teaching of Islam on the Islam and economic sustainability, when Allah says in the surah, in Quran, Allah mentioned that that is so because Allah will never change a grace which He has bestowed on the people until they change what is their own self. And verily Allah is all hearer and all knower. It's mentioned in Quran and so on. And there is a few teachings in Islam that encourage us to have a sustainable development, to have a Mizan framework, which is I'm proposing that in order to get a sustainable development, what we can do is Al-Mizan, the concept of Al-Mizan, or what we call a balanced development or balanced framework for the development. If you go to the next slide, all right, next slide please. Okay, so in conventional term or in conventional concept of sustainability, there are three spheres. Al-Mizan framework that I'm proposing for the sustainability. In conventional framework, there are three pillars that form the sustainability. The first one is environment, social, and economic pillars, where these three must be co-integrated in order to achieve sustainability. While in Islam, when you go to the next slide, I just put a shot here. As I mentioned just now, we must have a vertical and horizontal relationship between us, between the society, or between individual with the God, and also with a human being. But there is another dimensions that we need to taking care, which is environment. This can be seen in the next slide, where the fundamental of Islam and development are deeply rooted in what we call the triple helix relationship. This concept emphasizes the interconnectedness of three vital relationships with God, with fellow human beings, and with the environment. This relationship form the foundation of a balanced and ethical approach to development. At the core of this framework is the principle of Mizan, or balanced and sustainable development, which guides us towards sustainable development. The diagram that shows there illustrate how sustainable development emerge at the intersection of environmental, social, and economic dimensions. For environment, for example, we need to promote a viable natural ecosystem and responsible use of resources, while for social, we need to foster a nurturing communities and equitable social environments. I've learned that some of our lecturer here, I just have a discussion with your Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, where they do research how the benevolence, how the sadaqah, how the contributions from the society can shape our today's society, can help our society to upgrade their life and etc. So that is quite interesting. How can we work as a society, as a community, to help each other? And also we have to encourage sufficient and ethical economic growth, not only for the sake of profit and materialistic paradigm, but also for the spiritual, for more holistic approach. This integrated approach ensures that development is not only sustainable, but also aligned with Islamic values, creating harmony between this critical dimension of our life. All right. These are some of the, when we mapping the SDGs, in this SDG there are 5 dimensions that talking about people, planet, and prosperity, peace, and partnership. While in Islam, there are actually more than 5 that we need to, the principles that we need to follow, we need to adhere not only into 5 dimensions, but also looking into the concept of justice, balance, middleness, mercy, trustworthiness, and custodianship, amanah. We are a vice grant of God. We need to taking care of our environment, society, and etc. We also need to observe spiritual purity and physical cleanliness. We also must have a truthfulness and rights, and also must have a useful of knowledge and science. As I said, in SDG or Islamic Sustainable Development Goals, there are few elements that also align in Islam, like poverty alleviation, reduce inequalities, environmental care, and etc. Yes, as Professor Daud criticized about the SDGs, but there are room that we need to improve. Some of our Muslim countries, some of our society are actually living under the poverty, living under poverty, and they are distressed and everything. So something we need to do to help them, to remove them, to alleviate them from poverty. All right. So what we can do for Al-Mizan, using Al-Mizan, a balance in achieving SDG, something that we can do is by having ethical investment, issuing green sukuk, and promoting fairness and community empowerment. I learned that in Indonesia, for example, there are some of the companies having a wakaf, a green wakaf, that helping the environment, that taking care of the environment, and also helping the society as well. This is something that can be done in the future, and in our society, to improve their life and etc. All right. Before I end my presentation, the alternative suggestion in terms of what can Islamic moral economy can be done. Well, as I said, Islamic moral economy aims at rescuing human, land and environment, labor and capital, to essentialize an embedded economy, embedded in the value system of Islam. If you see here the balance, this is what I taken from Professor Asute's presentations on the alternative of Islamic moral economy. How can we decentralize capital through substantive morality? As we know that the capitalist system rooted in profit maximizations and resource exploitations often sidelines ethical consideration. This presentation, these ideas explore how Islamic moral economy offers a transformative framework to decentralize capital and prioritize communal well-being. As I said, some of the areas, some of the society already done the community work, societal work to improve the society well-being and etc. Another thing is about riba and capitalism. There have been very much there is numerous practice of riba in our society. Although we have Islamic banking and etc., but then some of the financial institution still practicing riba, whether it has a permit or is it whether it's illegal or legal practices. In Malaysia, for example, there are some of the companies offer legal. They are permitted to offer a loan with interest, which is there are not a financial institutions. They are actually individual or small companies offering the loans with riba. So this riba actually or interest underpins capitalist economies, perpetuating wealth inequalities that we are actually now encountering, where riba has been massively practiced in our society with such a culprit of wealth inequalities, while Islamic teaching challenged this by redefining wealth as a communal trust, emphasizing justice and equitable distribution through ihsan. That what we aim to be, to have equilibrium in our society. While the equilibrium or ihsan, the justice or the redistributions can be done through zakat, through wakaf, and etc. Well, we're also proposing ihsani governance where it integrates virtue ethics into social structures, aiming to create an ihsani society where economic policies reflect balance of mizan and justice adalah. This prevents the concentration of wealth. There is another issue in our society where wealth is concentrated into a few group of people. Allah mentioned in Quran, "Kay la yakuna dawlatan baina al-aghniya'i minkum," where we are not allowed, we are discouraged to accumulate wealth and circulate wealth only among the wealth, among the richest. But the problem is, this is what happening in our society. So preventing the concentration of wealth are very important, and it is important to ensure accessibility to all individual and societies. Allah says in Quran, وَالَّذِينَ يَكْنِزُونَ الذَّهَبَ وَالْفِضَّةَ وَلَا يَنْفِقُونَهَا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَبَشِّرْهُمْ بِعَذَابٍ أَلِيمٍ. Allah give a warning to us not to do kanz, to collect wealth, to concentrate on wealth. That is something that we need to think about. Alright, in conclusion, okay, we can go to the next slide. Islamic moral economy provides us with a profound and ethical alternative to conventional economic model. By centering on the core principle of justice, balance and benevolence or ihsan, it offers a framework that not only addresses material needs but also promotes fairness, harmony and compassion in all aspects of life. This holistic approach serves as a pathway to a sustainable and equitable future, one where economic growth aligns and moral values, environmental care and social welfare can be taken off. I think that's all my presentation. I invite any questions, any comments from the participants that we can discuss later on in the Q&A session inshallah. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for our distinguished speaker, Professor Madya Dr. Fauzi Hossain, the chair of Islamic Civilization Academy, University of Technology, Malaysia. I have so many questions for Dr. Fauzi regarding this very hot topic about riba, zakah, but maybe we can wait until the end of our session, inshallah, for the question and answer. Without wasting more time, I would like to invite our distinguished following speaker, keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Lantong, PhD, from Mindanao State University, Filipina. Please, the Prof.
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala habibina Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam nabiyya wa rasula. Amma ba'd. My dear participants, our friend Professor Musnadar, who used to invite us to be the guest speaker of the series of ICEP conferences. Started all the way from 2021, and then I think this is the third or the fourth series of this conference. So my colleague, to my fellow presenters, brother Dr. Fauzi, and then to Dr. Dia from Jordan, a good friend of us, We just met this morning. Nice to meeting you, sir. And I hope that I'm looking forward to having collaboration with you in the future, inshallah. To the organizers, to the organizing committee of this seminar, brothers and sisters, our dear students, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala jami'an wa barakatuh. So at the outset, I would like to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala azza wa jal for allowing me to join with you. You know, I traveled all the way from Mindanao. I left Mindanao State University last November 16, and I arrived here safely, alhamdulillah, last night ago. So this is a great opportunity for having me with you. So I am honored and pleased with this. So today I would like to share with you my paper presentations, which is about implementation of integrated Islamic education in the BARM, or the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And I will focus on the issues and challenges and the responses that must be done in order to overcome those challenges along the way. So as a background, I think I would like to introduce to you first, to give you a background on Islamic education, the status of Islamic education in Mindanao, or in the BARM. Firstly, BARM, or the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, is an autonomous government, which was a product of the peace process between the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the government of the Philippines. It was created in 2018, last 2018, with the approval of with the ratification of the BOL, Bangsamoro Organic Law, that was formed part of as the basic law to be implemented in that autonomous government. So the BARM is comprised by 5 provinces dominated by the Muslim communities known as Bangsamoros. And these are the provinces of Maguindanao del Sur, Maguindanao del Norte, Basilan, Lanao del Sur, and then Tawi. Before, province of Sulu was included, but they preferred to be, to go out of or to exclude themselves from the BARM area. Now, in terms of population, in this, I think the majority of these areas are Muslims, but in contrast to the population of the Philippines, Muslims are roughly, I think, 7% out of 100 million population of the Philippines. Now, in terms of education system of education that is prevalent in this area are 2. One is the madrasa system and the secular system of education. The madrasa system can be traced all the way from the time from the pre-Islamic Spanish colonial period, because we know that it is the Muslims, the Bangsamoro, who was the dominant, who were the dominant in the area, and then Islam came to this area from Johor, all the way from Johor to Mindanao in 1300s. So they established a system of education that is madrasa system. That is, if we will compare it in our standard today, I think it is parochial. It is quite outmoded, but we cannot underestimate it, because the Bangsamoro people fought against the Spaniards for more than 300 years, and then our leaders, the leaders of the Bangsamoro who fought against the Spaniards for more than 300 years, were the product of this madrasa system. Yeah. And then the next system is the secular system of education, which was introduced by the Americans, and then then followed by and then implemented by the present Philippine government. So this is a secular system, and then the product of this educational system is what they call materialistic, secularistic, and individualistic individuals. But because they are the products of the main educational system, they are the one who were given opportunities to run the government. So here comes, you know, the prevalent problem, social problems here. What is this? To counter, so there is two kinds of products of this educational system. The madrasa system, the product of the madrasa system is purely spiritualistic. They are, because the curriculum offered in madrasa system is devoid of secular knowledge or secular sciences, while the product of the secular universities or schools are purely secularistic, who were, you know, we can say ignorant of their religion. So there is, you know, there is a dichotomy, or there is a conflicting personality, or the split personality of the two products of these madrasa, of these systems. The spiritualistic, purely spiritualistic, who cannot, you know, run the government, and then the secular, who are experts in running the government and the affairs of the society, but they don't have, they are devoid of, you know, Islamic values, principles, and belief system. So this is the problem that we have in the Bangsamoro areas. So with the creation of the BAM, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, there is a move in order to resolve these educational issues, and that is the implementation of the integrated Islamic educational system. So I will try to expound to you what is the concept of, you know, integrated Islamic educational system. Can you please move the next slide, please? Okay, next. Next. Yeah. Okay. So this is the plan of the BAM today, which is the implementation of the integrated educational system. But in my discussion today, I will focus on what is in my mind about integrated education, and specifically from the perspective of Islam. So integrated Islamic education refers to an educational system that synthesizes Islamic principles and values with modern academic disciplines. Yeah. So this is the main idea. The main idea of integrated Islamic education in terms of in terms of the subjects, the modern subjects and the Islamic subjects like the Quran, Islamic studies like the Quran, Hadith, Akhlaq, and all of this. We have to integrate this, just like just like with the idea of such giants of giant intellectuals in Islamization of knowledge, like Al-Faruqi, Raja Al-Faruqi, and then Professor Al-Attas, and then Fazlur Rahman and others. So they are advocating for this approach in Islamization of the disciplines. So it seeks to develop students who are not only knowledgeable in Islamic teachings but also equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary for success in contemporary world. This subject like natural sciences. So that is the idea there. So there should be no bifurcation of knowledge into secular and Islamic. The Islamic should be integrated with the modern sciences, but they should be governed by the Islamic values and principles. Okay, next. Okay. So, integrated Islamic education also emphasizes the holistic development of individuals. Yeah. So, as Dr. Fauzi a while ago said that this Western economic system is purely materialistic, so therefore it aims to purely development is physical or material development of human being. So in Islam we are, or in integrated Islamic education, we emphasize the holistic development of individuals. That is, it integrates intellectual, moral, spiritual, and physical dimensions in order to prepare students to navigate the complexities of the life while remaining anchored in their faith. It aims to cultivate well-rounded individuals who are not only knowledgeable but also possess strong ethical values and social responsibilities. So this is the main idea, the main objectives of integrating integrated Islamic education that we have in mind. Okay, so thus, next slide. The system of education promotes integrated curriculum. Okay, so if there is a system, a philosophy, if that is the philosophy, and then there you should have the curriculum, and that curriculum must be an integrated curriculum. And what do we mean by an integrated curriculum? Integrated curriculum encompasses both Islamic revealed knowledge and acquired knowledge or worldly subjects, promoting a well-rounded education that nurtures the spiritual, intellectual, and emotional development of students. Yeah. So subjects which are taught in this curriculum are taught in the manner that highlights the relationship between Islamic teachings and various academic disciplines, allowing students to see the relevance of both. I think Professor Aris is quite expert on this, kind of, when we have a chat, a conversation, I sense that he has good experience in this. So you can share your experience in Mindanao, inshallah, in the future. Okay, now let me go to the implementation of this concept and what are the possible challenges, please. Next slide. Okay. And next. Okay. So, as far as we are concerned, we believe that there is a need for the implementation of integrated Islamic education in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So, there are both challenges and opportunities underlying ahead. So, what are these opportunities? Next. Okay, number one, lack of infrastructure and resources. Yeah. Many areas in the Ban face inadequate educational infrastructure, such as classrooms, libraries, and laboratories. The scarcity of resources limits the ability to implement a comprehensive curriculum that reflects Islamic values and integrates various knowledge domains. So this is given. So what should we do? The government or the Ban, the government and non-government organizations must prioritize the construction and renovation of educational facilities to create conducive learning environments. Investing in technology and resources is also crucial for modernizing education. Okay. Next. Number two is quality of educators. The effectiveness of educational system relies heavily on the quality of its educators. In the Ban, there is a shortage or scarcity of qualified teachers who are not only knowledgeable in their subjects areas, but also trained to deliver a balanced curriculum or integrated curriculum that incorporates Islamic teachings and holistic development. So this is one of our, perennial challenge. In 2024, in 2004, we initiated or we introduced or we created or we founded, established an integrated Islamic education, madrasa. But we found out that this is one of the main stumbling blocks for the success of this one, because as I have stated in the beginning, that we have two kinds of products of educational systems in the Philippines: the secular and the madrasa product of the madrasa. And this cannot understand with one another in most of the time. Sometimes they are quarreling. The approach that we adopted is that we have to convince them to sit together and then ta'awun and cooperate with one another, and then in order to complement with one another. So there is a need for production of more educators who are knowledgeable both Islamic and the secular scientists. Next, curriculum development. Okay, so developing a curriculum that harmonizes Islamic education with contemporary subject is a complex task that is given, that is known. But alhamdulillah, we can explore the possibility of seeking the assistance of our educators from Indonesia and Malaysia, because they have a good background in this. So while there are efforts to integrate traditional Islamic teachings with modern educational content, achieving a balanced approach that meets both spiritual and academic needs remains a challenge. So a collaborative approach involving educators, community leaders, and religious scholars is essential for developing a curriculum that integrates Islamic teachings with contemporary subjects. Pilot programs can be implemented to test and refine this curriculum. So I think this is an opportunity for us for future collaboration. Number 4, cultural and linguistic diversity. The Bangsamoro region is home to various ethnic groups, each with its own languages and cultural practices. Implementing a standardized educational system that respects and incorporates this diversity while promoting a unified identity can be challenging. So what should be done? To encourage community involvement in educational planning and decision making can help address cultural and linguistic diversity. Engaging parents and local leaders in the educational process fosters a sense of ownership and support for educational reforms. Number 5, challenge, socioeconomic factors. Okay, so high poverty rates and socioeconomic challenges in the BAM affect educational attainment. Many families prioritize immediate economic survival over education, leading to high dropout rates and low enrollment in schools. This situation hinders the potential for a balanced education that encourages holistic development. So the initiatives that should be done should aim at alleviating poverty, such as scholarship programs and incentives for families to send their children to school, can improve enrollment and retention rates. Partnerships with local businesses and organizations can also provide financial support for education. Then number 6, political instability. The historical context of conflict and political instability in the region has adversely impacted educational continuity. Frequent disruptions due to violence and instability affect the learning environment and discourage families from investing in education. So what should we do as a response? To ensuring a stable and secure environment for education is critical. Collaborative efforts between local authorities, security forces, and educational institutions can help create a safe learning atmosphere. And finally, resistance to change. This is one of the main challenges. Some stakeholders may resist changes to traditional educational practices, fearing that modern methods may compromise Islamic values. Yeah. So we have seen this from the, from the ustadzes, or those who are product of madrasa and the school, universities abroad. Yeah, we have seen this. So what we should do, engaging the community and fostering a sense of ownership in educational reforms is essential to address this resistance. So in conclusion, implementing the Islamic concept of integrated education in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is urgently needed. It focuses on adoption of culturally relevant curriculum, enhancing teacher training, strengthening infrastructure, and promoting community engagement. And finally, by this way, BAM can create an education system that nurtures well-rounded individuals grounded in Islamic values. This initiative not only aims to improve academic outcomes, but also fosters the moral and ethical development necessary for building a resilient and thriving Bangsamoro community. Next, implementing the integrated Islamic education in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao presents both opportunities and challenges. While the region's rich cultural heritage and Islamic values provide a strong foundation for developing an integrated education system, addressing issues such as inadequate infrastructure, teacher quality, curriculum development, and socioeconomic factors is essential. And next, final slides. Thank you very much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, our very distinguished, respected keynote speaker, our final, keynote speaker for today, Prof. Abdul Lantong from Mindanao State University, for his very high quality and informative and knowledgeable sharing about how education and improving education system, curriculum can play very significant role in enhancing the balancing between education elements and values. Thank you very much, Prof. Dear brothers, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we come to the end of our session today. So for Q&A, question and answering, maybe you can take one question only, Dr. Fawzi said. Okay, please come. Introduce yourself.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Farid Maulana. I am from Junior High School boarding school. I am curious about how to implement mission concept in Islamic boarding school. For example, in terms of school fees, I mean not always coming from rich family, but the school fees are the same. Thank you.
School fees. Talking about school fees. Okay, so understand. Want him to repeat? Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
I'm curious about how to implement mission concept in Islamic boarding school. For example, in terms of school fees, I mean not all from rich family, but the school fees are the same.
You're asking about a Mizan concept, how it can be implemented in the boarding school or in the school? In the school in general. Alright, so as we are proposing the Mizan or the concept of balance the Mizan concept is an interconnectedness or the interconnections between society. We are as a human and also environment. Okay, so actually each of us, every single agent in our society must cooperate. All right, so you can do, you can contribute in each way you can. There is a school in Malaysia that has a kind of model where the school, they call it as an amanah school, a trust school. They get a funding from the corporate, from the companies, the rich companies or multinational companies or the conglomerate. The conglomerate invest or donate their money to improve the curriculum, to improve the physical structure, and also the societies, the parents actually also involved in the educating students. So I think when we talk Mizan, it must have a balance between all the stakeholders. The key words is that the stakeholders, or in Malay word we call it pemegang taruh. It's a pemegang taruh. All the person involved must have put their efforts and contribute to whatever causes they are doing, especially in the school. Must have a collaborative actions from all the stakeholders in improving not only physical infrastructure but also the curriculum and the spiritual aspect or other aspect of the development in the schools. Wallahu alam. I hope this helped. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fauzi, for the clear answer. Okay, so I think no more questions. Okay, Dr. Musanda, please.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Usually I always ask question, but informally, now formally, right? I think both of you, I have comments, but maybe you can also explain. The first one, Professor Husin, Professor Madya Husin, very interesting, informative presentation. But I remember with my study, on Jakat implementation several years ago in Malang. That's already published in the journal. What happened that, the Jakat implementation in Malang region, if they implement, but it's not in the right and the appropriate implementation. What is the problem? The problem is, like most of Muslim people, this supervision, legal enforcement. That's our weakness. In that study, if we make it good, implementation with the right and appropriate and proper, there is no more poor people. There is no gap between poor and rich person. That's the study mentioned that. But I think this is common, happen in other region. So because of what? Because our government quality of our government, quality of our Muslim leaders is not good in the character. Like you said, the moral, Islamic moral. So my question is, how we can, overcome with that? That's a problem, because this problem is not only in Indonesia, not only in Malang, everywhere in Muslim country. Yeah, I guess like that. Yeah. Second one, my friend Prof. Lantong. It's very nice. We have discussion, right? 2 days ago, until now. This very interesting. The Bangsa Moro Autonomous Region, right? In Mindanao, Muslim Mindanao. This is prospective. become a good future. So my question is, what is your plan, in terms of cooperation or collaboration with the neighbor country like Indonesia, for instance, Malaysia, Brunei, especially Indonesia, and most specific Unira Malang, for instance. You can ask Unira Malang, for example, Pak Dekan, that's our Dekan Din, can send the religion teachers or Islamic teachers to Philippines. Ready Pak? Siap Pak ya? To send there, for instance, like that. So we have, exchange knowledge, we exchange culture, everything. That's good, because if if we want to make a collaboration, I think it is more better than you work alone. Something like that, yeah. Those brotherhood can be fostering also. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aris. Maybe you can, Dr. Fauzi, answer his part first.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anis. It's a very great questions about zakat management. And I also did some research on the zakat and zakat management in Malaysia. Talking about the issues of zakat management and the ethical issue, I couldn't agree more with you that there is a need to improve the quality, delivery quality of the zakat officer or the amil. They have to be more creative, one thing, and then there must be a guidelines, a proper framework, guidelines provided by the zakat institutions. My students did a research on the decision-making process of the amil, where we found that some of the decision made has a bit influence of political interest. That's the one thing. Perhaps the recipients, some of the recipients must have recognized by the leaders and etc. Then they will investigate whether they are entitled to have zakat or not. Another thing is that the recipients or the asnaf, my previous study suggested that, as I said, the amil must have a creative way to distributing the zakat, because the recipient itself can be divided into different categories. Some of the recipients or the asnaf are productive enough, where we can give them tools to generate more income, and another group, they are not productive because perhaps they don't have capabilities, they are sick, for example. This type of people, we cannot do more unless we just give annual or monthly stipend for them to continue their life. And then another group is productive enough that we can give them punching, what we call in Malay, joran, that they can do something more productive. But the problem in our society, among the poor people, they are not only poor materially, but they also have a poor mentality. So they just seeking to have money from the donators, from the zakat institutions. There's another issues that need. I think maybe perhaps there is need to have different programs, different capacity improvement, capacity buildings for them. So that's why I said ethically the officers, zakat officers, must have a critical or creative solutions, not only have one solution that fits all, but provide different strategies for each different recipients of zakat asnaf, for example. So that's my quick comment. I agree with you that there is need to have more creative, more capable officers, zakat officers in combating the poverty in our society. Wallahu a'lam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fauzi. Maybe for the other part, we shift to Dr. Prof. Abdul Lantong.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Musnandar, for your question about what will be our plan, for the future collaboration in order to alleviate, the issues and problems related to education in the BARM. Well, of course, first of all, I am out of the BARM. I am working with the Mindanao State University, General Santos City campus, which is out of the BARM. But what is this? The MSU GSC, General Santos campus, is part of the MSU system. And that MSU system is located in the BARM area. Yeah. So therefore, this branch or this campus is also part of any of the activities of the BARM which can support the educational development of the people of the BARM. Yeah. So I think what we can do is that we have to advocate. We have to advocate the idea of reforming the educational system within the BARM in line with integrated educational system, because integrated educational system is embedded in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So this has to be conceptualized and then embedded as a subsystem of the Philippine educational system, implemented in the BARM through policy formulation, a policy that will be enacted by the Bangsamoro Parliament. So we will advocate for that, and then maybe we can offer our services as consultants to how to conceptualize this educational system, this is integrated Islamic educational system, so that if it will be approved and then implemented in the BARM, so we have contributed to that idea. So in the implementation, just like I have identified a while ago, there are problems with crafting of education curriculum, integrated curriculum, and then capacity building of the teachers to capacitate them in order to be able to teach integrated Islamic educational system, and then so on and so forth. I think there are many areas for collaboration in the future. The most important is now we have started, and then the BARM is I think very open for inviting brothers and sisters, educators from outside, especially Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, the neighboring ASEAN countries. Yeah. So there are already some consultants in the BARM, that's like in the person of Bapa Bahrul Hayat, and then Professor Iksan. They are working with the BARM, and in fact, Professor Bapa Bahrul Hayat made an immense contribution in the conceptualization of integrated Islamic education that was formed part of the educational law of the BARM. But we still need to, we need to augment that contributions made by Professor Dr. Bahrul Hayat. So I think the possible collaborations in the future, inshallah, with you and then brother from UTM, inshallah, as in the we project it, and yeah, we can see it, inshallah. So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Abdul Lanting, for the very good answering. And finally, we come to our end of our session for our very distinguished keynote speakers from morning, I think, until now. It's almost 12:30 Indonesia time. Malaysia time is 1:30. Mas Muhammad, sorry. So as we come to the end of the 4th International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace, ISIP 2024, it is a deep sense of gratitude and reflection that I stand before you to deliver this concluding remarks. Over the course of this discussion, we have explored the profound theme of sustainability development based on local wisdom, a foundation for religious moderation in global peace and security. This theme, rich in its scope and timely in its relevance, has sparked enlightenment exchanges and fostered a deeper understanding of how local wisdom and religion moderation can serve as pillars for achieving global harmony and sustainability. On behalf of the seminar organizer, I express my deep appreciation to all of you for your invaluable contributions. May this seminar inspire further collaboration and action, strengthen our collective commitment on the noble objectives we have discussed. With that, I end my conclusion with Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we near the conclusion of this inspiring keynote session, we would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Lantong, MSU, Philippines, and Professor Madya Fauzi Hussein, UCM, and moderator Dr. Diaya Udin, Dip Mahmud Al-Zidawi, for their invaluable contribution to this seminar. Their thought-provoking insight on Islamic studies have truly enriched our understanding and inspired meaningful discussion. It is now my privilege to invite Mr. Dr. Haji Salim SAG MPDI and Ms. Dr. Siti Muawanatul Hasanah MPD, chairperson of the organizing committee, to present the token of appreciation to our distinguished keynote speaker.
Untuk selanjutnya sesi foto bersama dengan para panitia. Untuk para panitia kami harap untuk maju ke depan.
Thank you, Professor Abdulantong, Mindanao State University, Philippines, and Professor Madya Fauzi Hussein, UTM. And once again, congratulations. Let us all give a round of applause to honor their invaluable contribution.
Disampaikan nanti kembali ke
Tamu undangan yang kami hormati, untuk agenda selanjutnya yakni isoma, kami persilahkan para hadirin untuk istirahat, sholat, dan makan siang. Untuk makan siang dapat diambil di ruang kesekretariatan, dan untuk tempat sholat dapat menggunakan ruang rapat yang terletak di lantai 1. Dan kami himbau kepada para presenter dan partisipan untuk kembali pada pukul 13.15 dan silahkan memasuki room yang telah ditentukan oleh panitia.
Baik, kami informasikan ulang untuk peserta yang ingin melaksanakan sholat bisa di musola atau masjid ujung barat kampus. Jadi turun nanti ke bawah, arah ke lapangan parkir, terus nanti ada masjid di sana. Bisa melaksanakan sholat di masjid. Di bawah ada. Di bawah ada. Di bawah. Oh, ada. Di lantai 2. Konsumsi diambil di mana? Oh iya. Untuk konsumsi bisa diambil di sekretariat di pintu keluar aula.
Nyun tempe. Oke, sambil menunggu ya. Marisa, kali ini kita tampil di acara nopo, Mas?
Acara ISIP ya. ISIP ini seminar internasional yang diadakan oleh Fakultas Ilmu Keislaman.
Masya Allah.
Fakultas ini jenengan?
Iya, dulu fakultas saya. Sekarang juga fakultas saya, tetap di hati, Fakultas Ilmu Keislaman. Ya.
Ya, betul sekali. Yuk kita lanjut.
Lanjut yuk. Sambil menunggu teman-teman undangan, monggo silakan diisi dulu tempat yang sudah disediakan itu, masih bolong-bolong itu. Monggo. Habib Mustafa. Anu sing PG. Yo. Yuk, tadi udah medley, tadi udah lagu-lagu Bayati, lagu-lagu alon-alon ngono-ngono iku ya. Sekarang saya ajak refreshing. Apa itu? Makom jiharka. Seneng-senengan. Ceria. Cara meringis itu ngene. Pasti tahu, ada yang tahu lagunya Hadat Alwi. Hadat Alwi. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa. Nah, isiku. Yuk kita salawatan bareng. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad. Genrenya reggae, lain daripada yang lain. Lo 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 lo. Yuk sebelah sini. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa 1, 2, 3. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa 1, 2, 3. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa. Lo 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 sebelah sana. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa. Yuk sebelah sana yuk. Ya Rabbi bil. Oke, sebelah sana. Ya Rabbi bil. Sebelah sana. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa. Sebelah sana yuk. Ya Rabbi bil. Oke. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa. Hey, hey. Sambil joget guys. Sambil lambaikan tangan gak apa. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa balligh maqasidana waghfir lana ma madaya wasi'al karami. Ya Rabbi bil Mustafa balligh maqasidana waghfir lana ma madaya wasi'al karami. Siapa yang cinta pada nabinya pasti bahagia dalam hidupnya. Siapa yang cinta pada nabinya pasti bahagia dalam hidup. Muhammadku, dengarlah seruanku. Ku rindu, aku rindu pada Muhammadku. Demi cintamu ya Allah pada umat nabimu, ampunilah dosaku, wujudkan harapanku. Ya Rasulullah, salamun alaik ya Rafi asyani wa daraji. Ya Rasulullah, salamun alaik ya Rafi asyani wa daraji. Cikidau, 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 cikidau. Lo 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 lo. Ini pasti tahu. Ra re ra re ra re ra re ra re ra re ra. Ra re 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 ra. Yo. He he aha ra re ra re ra ra re ra re ra re ra. Ra re ra re ra re ra re ra rera 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 tombone ati iku 5 perkarane kaping pisan maca Quran lan maknane sebelah cocok kaping pindo salat wengi lakonono kaping 3 oleh kumpulono kaping berapa mbak? Kaping 4 kaping 4 kudu wonten ingkang luah kaping 5 mikir wengi ingkang suwe salah sawijine sapa bisa nglakoni insyaallah Gusti Allah ngijabahi semuanya bareng-bareng Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin cikidau yuk ada dama bi ilmillah sholat daimatan bidawami mulkillahi tarera lagi hehe haha ra rera 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 yang belakang yuk ra rera 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 sebelah sini yuk hehe haha ra rera 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 ra rera 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 Masya Allah antusiasnya seru sekali. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad. Lagi yo nanggap mana ya tadi sudah jiarkan sudah rege-rege seka-seka sekarang kita menyanyikan kembali ke yang awal Maher Zain ini pasti banyak yang tahu salam alaika ya Nabi salam alaika masih semangat ge? Masih semangat? Tak hibur sampai kesel sampean. Masih semangat ya? Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad. Dagang kubabun Thayyibatum madinatun Nabina Tabat suraha li Rasuli Muhammadin Allahumma salli ala Muhammad alaihi salamuna ya Rasulullah inni uhibbuka faqabalna ya الله ذكرك شفاء لنا خير اللهم صل على محمد. أنت نور الله فجرا جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت للمجدان حي أنت للعينين ضي أنت للعينين ضي أنت للهوى صفي يا حبيبي يا محمد يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك. اللهم صل على Muhammad. Ambil nguripi flash gak apa-apa rek. Sambil menghidupkan flash gak apa-apa. أشرق البدر علينا فاختفت منه البذور مثل حسنك ما رأينا قدت يا وجه السرور أنت شمس أنت بدر أنت نور فوق نوري أنت إكسير وضالي أنت مصباح الصدور يا حبيبي يا محمد يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك. Mainkan Mas Riza. Yuk, ikut bersama-sama. Ya Nabi, salam alaika. Ya Rasul, salam alaika. Alaika, ya Nabi. Allah Rasul, salam. صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك اللهم صل على محمد. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Karena sudah mau menginjak acara selanjutnya, kami dari Gambus Unira Malang mohon maaf apabila ada tingkah laku yang kurang berkenan di hati panjenengan sedaya. Saya mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Akhirul kalam ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kini saatnya kita memasuki agenda selanjutnya, yakni sambutan penutup Dirjen Pendidikan Islam, yang dalam hal ini akan diwakili oleh Dr. Imam Bukhari selaku Kepala Subdirektorat Pendidikan Islam Republik Indonesia. Kepada yang terhormat Dr. Imam Bukhari kami persilahkan.
Bisa didengar dengan baik, Pak.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna sayyidana Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma sholli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du, fala haula wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyil azim. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Bapak Rektor Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat di Malang, Jawa Timur, yang semoga selalu dirahmati Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Bapak Dekan serta para keynote speaker yang dari berbagai negara serta para peserta seminar internasional dalam pendidikan Islam dan perdamaian ini, yang semoga semuanya dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Alhamdulillah, kita semuanya bisa ditakdirkan oleh Allah bisa dipertemukan sekalipun di dalam pertemuan di dunia maya. Apapun, semoga apa yang kita lakukan ini berkah manfaat untuk kita semuanya khususnya, dan untuk kehidupan berbangsa, bernegara, dan bermasyarakat global. Para hadirin, para peserta seminar internasional yang semoga semuanya dirahmati Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Indonesia adalah negara dengan tingkat kebinekaan yang sangat tinggi. Kebinekaan ini menjadi identitas penting keindonesiaan kita. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mengingkari kebinekaan bangsa Indonesia ini berarti mengingkari Indonesia itu sendiri. Merujuk data yang dirilis oleh Badan Pusat Statistik tahun 2010, bahwa jumlah suku dan subsuku di Indonesia itu mencapai 1.331 suku ya. Wow, ini yang luar biasa. Indonesia kita ini luar biasa. Nah, pada tahun 2013 jumlah ini kemudian diklarifikasi oleh BPS bekerjasama dengan Institute of Southeast Asian Studies (ISES) menjadi 633 kelompok suku besar. Nah, para hadirin, adapun terkait jumlah bahasanya, Badan Bahasa pada tahun 2017 itu memetakan dan memverifikasi ada 652 bahasa daerah di Indonesia. Ini tidak termasuk dialek dan subdialeknya. Ini luar biasa. Indonesia kita ini luar biasa. Nah, sejak awal para pendiri bangsa kita itu sangat menyadari kebinekaan ini. Dengan kesadaran kebinekaan yang tinggi, Pancasila akhirnya disepakati sebagai ideologi berbangsa dan bernegara yang mengikat seluruh komponen bangsa yang beragam tadi itu. Semangat persatuan dan kesatuan dalam kebinekaan ini itu tertuang di dalam slogan kita, bangsa kita, yaitu Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Para hadirin, realitas kebinekaan bangsa Indonesia ini menjadi kebanggaan bersama, kebanggaan kita semuanya, dan kita yakini sebagai salah satu modal yang sangat penting dalam pembangunan nasional kita. Tentu, sekalipun demikian, kebinekaan itu juga menyimpan potensi yang jika ini tidak bisa kita kelola dengan baik, ada potensi akan menjadi destruktif dan merusak persatuan dan kesatuan bangsa, bahkan menghambat pembangunan nasional kita. Disinilah pentingnya kita selalu mengupayakan untuk bagaimana kebinekaan dan kesadaran itu tetap terjaga. Nah, kerukunan dan toleransi kehidupan antar umat beragama di Indonesia selama ini menjadi perhatian banyak kalangan dan membuat mereka mengakui Indonesia sebagai negara yang berhasil mempertahankan kemajukan dan menghindarkan dari konflik sosial keagamaan. Nah, agama di sini menjadi instrumen penting untuk menjadi pengikat dalam keberagaman tadi itu. Nah, para hadirin, para peserta seminar internasional yang sangat saya hormati, sayangnya dewasa ini kita tahu kita sedang menghadapi situasi kehidupan sosial keagamaan yang memiliki daya destruktif terhadap kebinekaan bangsa tadi. Setidaknya ada 3 tantangan kehidupan keagamaan yang sedang kita hadapi saat ini. Yang pertama, tantangan pertama adalah berkaitan dengan menguatnya pandangan, sikap, dan perilaku keagamaan eksklusif yang bersemangat menolak perbedaan dan menyingkirkan kelompok lain. Cara beragama ini tentu tidak hanya mempertanyakan keabsahan Indonesia sebagai rumah bersama bagi kelompok-kelompok yang berbeda tadi itu, tetapi juga berusaha membangun ulang Indonesia menjadi sebuah negara eksklusif yang hanya dimiliki kelompok-kelompok tertentu. Tentu ini berbahaya sekali. Tantangan kedua, para hadirin, berkaitan dengan tingginya angka kekerasan yang bermotif agama, atas nama agama. Pandangan, sikap, dan cara beragama yang eksklusif pada akhirnya melahirkan berbagai praktek intoleransi dan kekerasan keagamaan yang menghancurkan dan mematikan, bahkan merusak persatuan dan kesatuan bangsa. Nah, pada akhirnya di depan ideologi keagamaan yang tertutup seperti itu, dipenuhi kebencian dan kekerasan ini, maka Indonesia akan dipertaruhkan. Ini merupakan tantangan yang ketiga, yaitu berkembangnya semangat beragama yang tidak selaras dengan kecintaan berbangsa dan dalam bingkai Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Atas nama agama, Pancasila mulai digugat dan dipertanyakan, nusyar'i apa ghairu syar'i. Indonesia dianggap sebagai berhala, hormat kepada bendera merah putih diyakini itu dapat mencederai keimanan seseorang. Nah, para hadirin, disinilah kita menemukan ideologi khilafah dijalankan sebagai alternatif pengganti NKRI. Nah, tantangan-tantangan ini Bapak Ibu sekalian tentu harus kita hadapi. Para hadirin, kehidupan bangsa Indonesia dengan berbagai keberagaman dan keunikannya, alhamdulillah tetap dapat berjalan dengan baik, dengan relatif damai, rukun, dan harmoni. Kalau ada riak-riak kejadian tertentu, biasanya sifatnya lokalistik, tidak sampai bersifat nasional. Ini tentu berkat bagaimana kita menjalankan pola keberagamaan kita ini dengan pola beragama yang kita sebut dengan moderat itu. Nah, praktek dan pengalaman yang baik seperti ini yang kita jalankan di negara kita, Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia, dalam mengelola konflik, mengelola perbedaan, mengelola keberagaman yang cukup berhasil dengan bukti tidak adanya banyak begitu kejadian-kejadian yang sifatnya itu nasional. Ini tentu sudah saatnya untuk kita sebarluaskan di seantero dunia. Nah, kita sebarkan ke dunia untuk membangun peradaban dan kehidupan dunia yang lebih baik. Para hadirin, para peserta seminar internasional yang semoga semuanya dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dalam forum seminar internasional ini dikaji secara komprehensif tentang bagaimana perdamaian itu dibangun, bagaimana pendidikan keagamaan Islam dari semua perspektif, dari semua aspek. Ada yang dibicarakan dari aspek bagaimana kearifan lokal membangun pola keberagaman seperti itu. Ada yang dengan tema motif beragama, keamanan, pendidikan perdamaian, pendidikan Islam itu sendiri, dan pembangunan berkelanjutan. kajian-kajian seperti ini yang semuanya untuk diarahkan bagaimana membangun peradaban ke depan. Tidak hanya peradaban di Indonesia saja, tapi peradaban di dunia internasional. Bagaimana kita bermasyarakat secara global, ini saatnya mari kita tularkan keberhasilan di Indonesia ini untuk di dunia internasional. Para hadirin, para peserta, apapun yang kita lakukan ini semoga memberikan manfaat dan berdampak bagi kemajuan kehidupan berbangsa, bernegara, dan bermasyarakat global. Atas nama Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, mohon maaf Bapak Dirjen Pendidikan Islam akhir-akhir ini sangat sibuk sekali mengingat pergantian menteri ini, sehingga beliau tidak bisa hadir langsung untuk membersamai Bapak Ibu semuanya, kemudian mewakilkan kepada kami. Kami atas nama Kementerian Agama menyampaikan selamat atas terselenggaranya seminar internasional ini sebagai upaya untuk membangun peradaban, perdamaian, harmoni di dunia kita ini. Para hadirin, jangan pernah remehkan sekecil apapun upaya untuk membangun harmoni ini. Lakukan saja dengan ikhlas dan secara konsisten. Allah Subhanahu wa taala, yakinlah bahwa Allah Subhanahu wa taala mencatat dan akan membalas dengan pahala yang mungkin di luar dugaan kita. Dengan harapan inilah semoga menenagai kita, memberikan support kepada kita untuk selalu berbuat sekecil apapun dalam kerangka untuk membangun perdamaian dunia, harmoni dalam konteks pergaulan bermasyarakat dunia global. Mungkin cukup sekian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf sekali lagi Bapak Direktur Jenderal Pendidikan Islam tidak bisa hadir langsung. Dan terima kasih sekali lagi atas upaya-upaya dari Fakultas Keagamaan Islam pada Universitas Raden Ahmad di Malang ini yang berinisiasi untuk melakukan itu semuanya. Sekali lagi terima kasih, jazakumullah salah jaza. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala membalas semua itu dan memberkati kita semuanya. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Akhirul kalam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, waridho wal inayah, wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami sampaikan.
The next agenda announcement of the best presenter, which will be delivered by Dr. Aris Musnandar MPD.
Acara selanjutnya pengumuman presenter terbaik yang dalam hal ini akan disampaikan oleh Dr. Aris Musnandar MPD. Kepadanya kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I think I can read it directly, yeah, to have short time we can, finish our seminar. So, the best presenters, I can read respective rooms. We have actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rooms. So each room there will be one the best presenter. So room A, the best presenter is Variatul Usnia from Steve Ibnu Sina Malang. with the title is Integrating Thomas Likona Ideas in Arabic Language Teaching and Moderate Character Development Among Students. Room B, the best presenter is Siti Mutalinga and Muhammad Nur Kholik. The affiliation is from Staimat Ali Al-Hikam, Malang, Indonesia, with the title Sedekah Bumi, Educational Peace and Harmony Between Religious Community and Environment Based on Local Wisdom in Contemporary Maqasid Sharia Perspective. Room C, the best presenter is Muhammad Maskur Baikuni from Universitas Al-Qalam, with the title in Bahasa Indonesia, Literasi Budaya Pendidik pada Mahasiswa Perspektif Budaya Literasi. Room D, the best presenter is Mardia Astuti from UIN Raden Patah, with the title Optimalisasi Kurikulum Pendidikan Karakter Berbasis Kearifan Lokal pada Pondok Pesantren di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan in Bahasa Indonesia. Room A is the Alvina Romatul Jannah and Itzna Mayatul Kasana from Unira Malang, with title is Role Play and Simulation Methods in Strengthening Empathy and Student Learning Outcomes, a case study of students' morals in elementary school. Room F, the best presenter is Najifa P. Macaraya from Mindanao State University, General Santos. Congratulations, Pak Profesor Abdul Lantong. Title is Exploring the Philosophy of Madrasah Education in Bangsa Moro, Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, as Professor explained already. And Room G, the best presenter is Jainuddin Abu Hamid and Muhammad Ghazali, the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Title is Digital Literacy of Islamic Boarding School in Indonesia, Identifying Perception, Practice and Challenges. Room H, Ulul Faujia, the best presenter from Unira Malang. Implementation of talking stick method in increasing students' active participation in pendidikan agama Islam learning, PAI learning. And the last one, Room I, is Yuka Afina Fardawsiyah from Unira Malang. Title is Application of the SQT3R method for IREE learning literacy. That's all the best presenter of each rooms. Thank you very much. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there is technical error. So we must read also the best papers. So in this forum, we selected 5 best papers. Yeah, selected 5 best papers. Number 1, the title is Digital Literacy of Islamic Boarding School in Indonesia, Identifying Perception, Practice and Challenges by Jainuddin Abu Hamid Muhammad Ghazali, the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Number 2, Siti Mutalinga and Muhammad Nur Kolik, STI Ma'at Ali Alikam Malang, Indonesia. Title Sedekah Bumi, Educational Peace and Harmony between religious community and environment based on local wisdom in contemporary Maqasid Syariah perspective. Number 3, Rifki Khairul Anam, Institut Ahmad Dahlan Probolinggo, Indonesia. The title is The Relevance of Ibn Sina's Thought in Facing Education in the Artificial Intelligence Era. And number 4, Fakron Jamalin, Yudhistira Ade Ermansa Rahman Fadli, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Ibnu Sina, Indonesia. Title is The Struggle of Preservation on Rohingya Language as the Impact or Marginalization by Myanmar Policy. And the last one is number 5. This is from Sekolah Menengah SMB BP Amanul Umma, Indonesia. Aisyah Dania Maura Ayu Farun Nisa Zara Maulida Nurul Jasmine with the title Female Students Opinions on Speaking Through International Conference Challenges Opportunities. That's from junior high school. Yeah, from junior high school. So I think we can give the only symbolic, yeah, symbolic for the certificate. No, oh sorry, certificate can be taken to the committee once we completed our closing ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Congratulations and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of International Seminar on Islamic Education and Peace 2024, conducted by Faculty of Islamic Studies, Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat Malang. As the Master of Ceremony, we would like to apologize for any shortcoming.
السيدات والسادات الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلنا الآن إلى نهاية حفل افتتاح الندوة الدولية لتربية الإسلامية والسلام سنة 2024 التي تنظمها كلية العلوم الإسلامية بجامعة رادن رحمت مالان. فالشكر موصول والثناء المحمول. نشكركم على كل الاهتمام ونستعفيكم حق الاستفاء والله الموافق إلى أخوام الطريق. ثم السلام.